स्पाइस एक्सप्रेस कार्गो सर्विस करता है डोर टू डोर डिलीवरी, यानी कि आपकी फैक्ट्री से आपके शोरूम तक, और वो भी स्पाइस जेट एक्सप्रेस डिलीवरी के वादे के साथ। अगर आपको अपने बिजनेस को सुपर फास्ट टेक ऑफ करवाना हो तो स्पाइस एक्सप्रेस कॉल एट 9999570570। स्पाइस एक्सप्रेस, इंडिया का नंबर 1 एयर कार्गो सर्विस।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 37th Inflection Air Cargo Supply Chain and Logistics Web Conference and Awards 2021. I am Namrata Kumaya from Team Alden Global Value Advisors and will be the host for the day to navigate you through interesting panel discussions and lead talks. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate success and innovation in air cargo. The top air cargo, supply chain, and logistics leaders of the country will share their thoughts through the lead talks and panel discussion. Welcome to our silver sponsor, SpiceJet. The conference theme is Future Ready Air Cargo for the New Normal. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, I would like to start the conference with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the panel is superior efficiency, compliance, and flexibility in air cargo, leveraging innovation and technology. Here I call moderator Mr. Saurabh Kumar from GMR Hyderabad Air Cargo, Vijay Sharma from Delhi International Airport, Halit Tuncer from Turkish Airlines, Shovik Mukherjee from Tata Advanced Systems, Jerry Ullman from Netherlands Airport, Jasper Quack from Bagtag, Neeraj Kumar from Go Airlines. Now I request Mr. Saurabh Kumar to start the panel discussion.
Thank you, Namrata, and a very good afternoon to all my panelists. We have with us Mr. Halit Tuncer from Cargo Director South Asia, Mr. Jasper Quack, Managing Director Bagtag, Mr. Jory Allman, Regional Manager NACO, Neeraj, I think yet to join, yes, Shobik, Plant SCM Head, Tata Advanced System, and Vijay Sharma. I think very good afternoon, and it's good to have a very good mix of panelists from covering the international airline, domestic airline, customer, airport, consultant. I think all of us are a good mix to discuss on a very interesting subject. In fact, when Namrata and Priyanka spoke to me from Alden Global about moderating this session, covering the subject of innovation and technology, I said, yes, I think the subject is very close to my heart, and I immediately accepted it. And it's so wonderful to have all of you joining me in this session. Talking about innovation and technology, and a brief about me, I've been running the cargo at Hyderabad for the last 3 years. And when I first started looking into the sector, I heard that yes, our sector is very slow. The air cargo industry per se is lagging in terms of adoption of technology, and that was just a perception that I got many years ago. And I think if I look back the last 6 months, and I say, was it something that was truly correct? Yes, maybe it would have been correct, but no more. I think what I have seen, what we all have together seen, what we all have together delivered, and also planning to deliver in the coming years, is many more progresses in the area of technology and innovation. And I've seen in the last 12 months how airlines have innovated. And innovation, when I say, it's not about technology alone, it's about doing new things. It's about doing things which is new. It's a new idea that at the end delivers a tangible value, either to a customer or to us as a service provider, in terms of our operational efficiency and the way we work. I think that's how I define innovation, and technology is a very great lever and a great enabler. And that's where, yes, people do tend to use innovation and technology as a synonym, but yes, both go hand in hand. And that's how the aviation sector and air cargo sector has been, doing a wonderful job, without getting into the specific, which I want my panelists to discuss. We will move ahead with the session, but yes, but before that, I think I also wanted to talk a little bit about, as an air cargo business, I have seen many innovations, specifically in a way how we have re-engineered the processes, how we have re-engineered our product and offering from the way the airlines have done, as well as the airports and technology service provider who have filled the gap at the right time. So I think many of us are also, getting into innovation space in very serious way. And in this, I also wanted to put forward the fact that at GMR Group, we have also ventured into this journey with the launch of our GMR Innovex, platform, which is an open innovation platform focusing also primarily in the air cargo and aviation space, to see to it how we can get many stakeholders into the fold and use new emerging technologies to contribute for a better and a more effective air cargo going ahead into the future. So I think there is so much to talk, and without getting into further details, I would first start my discussion by pointing to Mr. Halit Tansar from Turkish airline. Halit, I have seen, and why I'm starting with you, that I have seen that the way Turkish, has been operating the airline among the few airlines which has actually, I've seen the operations growing, leveraging the current, opportunities and trying to see what best you can offer to the customer at each step. So why don't you let us know and talk about the latest initiatives that you have taken globally, in the last few years in the area of innovation and technology, and how particularly, if you can highlight, how has it benefited your customers?
Yes. First of all, thank you, Sarab Bey, for the introduction and a good opening. We are also very interested in the initiatives for technology and digitalization in Turkish Cargo. First of all, I can give an example for concerns mostly India. There is an online cargo marketplace, air cargo marketplace, web cargo, Freightos company. We just started accepting bookings from that platform, which is a very innovative way and good way for our customers to take their reservations throughout India. Traditional agents need to contact each airline to take a reservation and emails coming back and forth. Then they need to wait for the replies and compare the rates and the connections, whatever. In this platform, all of the airline services will be listed for the customer. They can choose and book accordingly. That's a step that we took in India. We are also using some other marketplaces worldwide, including our own. But this is something for India. So as a globally, we can say in our HQ, we are working on robotic process automation, RPA, which is a software with artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities that makes the repetitive tasks very easy, and less human error is involved in these tasks. RPA is a so-called metal colleague that takes over these tasks that are repetitive from the white and blue collar colleagues. So that's a good innovation. We identified 14 processes at the first stage in 3 phases, which is taking too much time of our colleagues, especially in the pandemic time that we need our people to be more productive. It helped us a lot. So we also introduced WhatsApp chatbot. As you know, without a doubt, the most common used platform is WhatsApp for instant messaging. So we made use of it to reach our customers. So they can, at the first phase, search for our schedule because, again, in the pandemic time, the schedule is changing every day. Even we are finding it difficult to follow up from our side. So from our WhatsApp chatbot, instantly you can get the schedule updates and the available status of the booking, where is it, if it is delivered or not. So in the second and third phases, we want to add the rates, station information capability. That kind of information also will be available through this WhatsApp chatbot. It's also commonly used throughout India with our customers. Then if I switch to our HQ, we will move to our new airport, hopefully in this year. Actually, it's operational for passenger class, but freighter operation will also move there to our new facility, Smartest, that will be open this year. So we will benefit from the smart storage systems in SmartEast. It's not on its own a big innovation, it's there, but with the added capabilities, added innovations that we are planning on top of smart storage systems, it will be very useful and effective. We are working on 3D UL utilization, augmented reality, and wearable technologies together with that. Unmanned guided vehicles will be operational, and also drones are being tested in the facility, how we can use them. The work order and optimization systems are also will take place automatically in this new warehouse. So I can summarize how it's looking for us so far, like this.
So you mentioned about the online marketplace for India, and I picked up that because yes, among all the other initiatives that you mentioned. So tell me a little bit about this platform. Is it how is it going to benefit the Indian customers, and is it open only for the TK airline, or it's an industry-wide common platform that you are envisaging?
Yeah, it's an industry-wide common platform. Other airlines are also joining, and some big airlines are already there. So it's open for everyone. All customers can also join the platform. It's the company's Freightos, and the product is Web Cargo. Web Cargo platform is open for all airlines and agents. So it's a one-stop shop that they can compare the prices and schedules and the services of airlines and book their shipments directly from that platform. And we are very happy so far. It's widely, in the future, it will be widely used. It is started more than what we expected, actually. So especially for the small cargos, small bookings, it's a very convenient way. For general cargo that doesn't require special handling and no size problem, small shipments, easily you can book and hand over.
Thanks, Alit. Interesting to know about your RPA, WhatsApp chat box, and the smart warehouse that you talked about. And yes, I think there's a lot of traction also in the UAV and drone space, which is happening right in India as well, even in across the states. So I'm sure these are the areas that holds future potential. It's yet to be seen if these emerges as a competitor or complementer. But as I see, it will improve the overall focus and the utilization for air cargo services. Moving ahead, Vijay, I think Vijay, you have been at the helm of the flight operations for the entire country over the last 1.5 years or so. We have seen so many of the aircrafts, so many different nationalities of aircraft, white bodies landing in Delhi with tons and millions of relief material. Those are things that we have seen on the TV, but we want to know from you behind the scenes, what are the things which we have not seen, have not heard, innovative practices that you have put in place to facilitate this new kind of cargo. Because we and I myself, I lead the cargo terminal business. We are used to certain cargo profile, but suddenly you get cargo with different priorities and different need, and that too in such huge quantities. How did you manage it? What were the new things that you adopted?
Yeah, thank you, Saurabh, and good afternoon, everyone on the panel and the audience over there. You are right, Saurabh. This was really, no one would have dreamt that second phase of COVID will be so catastrophic. But planning ahead of times actually was the key, and the collaboration was the key. So what actually, sorry. So what actually happened, because when we are talking about 1.5 years, so we saw three phases actually. The first one, when the medical supplies pouring into India, and there was the distribution of medical supplies. Then also when the vaccines came in, so we were the first airport in the country to handle the first consignment which came on the Sputnik vaccine on an Emirates flight. So also we handled around 25 million doses of vaccines in a very effective manner. So just to put across some numbers around it, the first flight was connected and the consignment was ready for delivery in record 25 minutes. So that, and also on the domestic front, from the offloading of the aircraft, the vaccine was connected to the consignee in as less than 8 minutes directly. So that was a result of meticulous planning and support from the stakeholders. So in terms of relief material, as you rightly mentioned, Delhi Airport was designated as a hub for relief material. So from around more than 35 countries, relief material was pouring in. And we handled around 139 cargo relief flights, day, night, everything. And around 2,000 metric ton of relief material we could handle since 27th of April. That was actually, we also created what you talked about, innovation. So what we created was, we created a separate facility, a dedicated facility on a city side. So once the aircraft lands, there was a very seamless chain which we created along with the support of all the stakeholders, because that alone is not at all possible. So we created a chain, we created a dedicated channel at the cargo terminal. So both our cargo terminal operators created that, and all the people were highly skilled handling that relief material coming down from the aircraft and direct delivery on the city side. So on the city side also, with the help and of the government, we created a separate facility around 41,000 square feet of area, which we created. And this was created that whatever relief material is coming in, it directly moves into this area after customs clearance. And deliveries from the cargo terminals, this moved into this area, and from here the distribution to the entire country happened. And there was a very seamless flow. We had, while all the stakeholders, thanks to and really compliments to the government agencies, especially customs and others, who were very fast. So basically, the cargo comes in, it was cleared in very fast mode, and all the stakeholders, starting from the airlines to the ground handlers, to the cargo terminal operators, and even to the agents who were taking the deliveries. So all were very fast. The entire process was pre-mapped actually. It was not that the planning starts from the arrival of the airline, and then it was all pre-mapped, and we were knowing that within 2 hours this will be reaching to this facility. Within 3 hours this will be reaching to the facility. Everyone, every particular person in the supply chain was completely aligned. So it was very hard put. It was not an operation. It was a very precision operation and execution on ground, which we actually looked into with the meticulous planning well in advance. So basically, one key learning also, while we were doing the entire operations, all stakeholders were doing their job. Totally, it was a real example of how the supply chain really works in an integrated manner. So one is taking over, handover, and taking over, handover, and taking over. So it was very smooth and seamless. In addition to that, we as a Delhi airport, we had a task force which we deployed 24/7 on ground, monitoring each activity on ground which was happening when the relief material came. Because it was not that we have to have an efficient operations. It is not that we have, as a Delhi airport, we have to be very fast and doing things. Only one key factor actually, which actually enabled and motivated all of us, was that with 1 minute of the fast movement, we are saving one life, or we are saving multiple lives. So it was not an operation; it was an operation for saving lives. So that culture of collaboration actually really helped us with all the stakeholders coming together, all the stakeholders joining hands, even at night, even at whatever time it is, everyone in the team, everyone, be it the airline, be it the cargo terminal operator, or anyone. So there was a dedicated task force actually created. Which task force is going to work in the daytime? Which task force is going to work in the night time? who are the escalation metrics if something goes wrong, then how it is going to happen. So all those things. So sometimes, because also there were movements, VIP movements also happening. So there was a dedicated task force to take care of their passes and everything with the support of Vikas and other agencies. So that was how actually the entire thing was planned, and that is how we were, because at the same time normal operations was also coming in. So normal terminal operations also happening. At the same time, this relief material also coming in. So how to manage and maintain that supply chain in the most effective manner was really which was happening on the ground. And that is how one thing which I would like to mention here is that invest now for future, and that is what actually we did. We had two robust cargo terminals and handling all the processes. So investment in advance, looking for agile processes. While I'm talking about agile processes, just like you mentioned, that sometimes immediately we came to know that there is another flight coming in. There are 3 freighters lined up for deliveries. So we had planned in advance. We have 12 freighter bays in front of our cargo apron, and we made it ready. So it is not that if the cargo relief material is coming, it is being parked on some other. So priority slot allocation, priority bay allocation, all teams, all stakeholders in line. So that is how actually we managed the entire thing, and we continue to do that. And also from the government perspective, a very, very, very helpful support which came in. Even today, the morning meetings happen, and we all are part of that. All stakeholder meetings are there. So we plan in advance that what relief flights are coming. So everything is going on in a very meticulous and proficient and professional.
So yeah, Vijay, I think that's a very elaborate, account of what went behind. If if I ask you, we all have a business continuity plan, and many of the organizations have it. And people say that what happened was not something that was, documented. Many things which you said, as you rightly acknowledged, were things that we learned and we innovated and we changed and we came together as a stakeholder and we made it happen. So, if we need to rate, say, the air cargo community, uh, before COVID and now, with respect to its ability to be resilient, how do you see yourself? How is it? You see there's a significant improvement to tackle this in future. Is it going to help us in future to be a more resilient part of the global supply chain, or what's your view on that?
Yeah. Thanks, Saurabh. Actually, this is very important because, as I mentioned, what we plan today is the result for tomorrow. What we see at the end is the outcome, but what goes behind it is your investment, is your investment of time, investment of money, investment of resources, which has to be made in time. While till last year, pre-COVID, we were handling around 900 freighter cargo ATMs in a month. But during COVID period, it is while we were also facing some challenges from the passenger airlines being grounded. At the same time, we are now today handling more than 2,000. We are handling 20. Last month, we handled around 2,400 ATMs, freighter ATMs in a month. So all that things actually there are. I am not saying that there are no challenges coming in, but we have to plan for the agile working coming forward. So the agile challenges will keep on coming in, but how fast we are, our ability to react to those changes actually makes the difference. And that is how we can see that if we are planning properly, if we are investing properly, so that kind of agile working will come from a planned performance only. So we have been doing it in past. So while we worked on our building our capacities in terms of cargo terminal capacities, in terms of airside capacities, in terms of highest number of freighter bays, as I mentioned you. Also on the city side, we also had an innovative process of having a truck management system, because we also now the trucks, because we have already implemented this. So now the trucks which are coming to the terminal can book their slot online, and they will come only when their slot is there. So they don't have to come make a clustering here. So everything is now in a very proper manner. So we have to plan. We have to plan. We have to execute to the plan. So outcome will follow.
Yeah, I think hearing from you, Vijay, I'm all the more confident that as an air cargo sector, I think we are emerging and we will be emerging as a much stronger and capable organization, collective organization to address the requirements of our customer. And I just also want to give you an example. Typically we handle about 30-35% of our cargo, both at the India level and also for the Hyderabad in freighters. And overnight we had the entire passenger capacity getting diminished. We expected ideally that even the cargo volume will go down, but we all have witnessed that the entire sector, including Delhi and Hyderabad airport, we have reached back to the 100% of our cargo handling volume traffic, in spite of the fact that we still don't have the passenger capacity still available. So it clearly means that the airlines and the air cargo have done things to create capacity, to serve that capacity, and ensure that the entire air cargo keeps moving at its 100% peak. So I think that shows that yes, in future I'm sure this is going to help the entire sector. Thanks, Vijay, for that. Moving ahead, Shobik. Shobik, you come from the aerospace and defense sector. It's an important sector for the country, and I can tell you with my experience in Hyderabad, I've seen huge facility of Tata Advanced System, and we have also handled the big helicopter modules in the past, and many other defense components. So, but still, if you look at from a national level, the contribution of aerospace and defense, I still feel that there is a lot that can come with respect to its contribution and growth in air cargo. What's your view on the contribution of aerospace and defense sector in air cargo in India, and how do you see it growing? What are the key levers of its growth?
Well, Saurabhji, firstly, thank you for that very kind introduction at the beginning. And it's wonderful to be amongst all of you, I think, who are stalwarts in the industry in terms of air cargo industry. So it's great to be here and discuss this subject with you all. So as you rightly put across, I think aerospace and defense is one of those sectors of strategic importance today to the nation. We are overall living in an environment which is increasingly now becoming policy friendly for this industry to thrive in the country. And probably most of it, especially in the private sector, has happened probably in the last 12 to 14 years. That's when we have seen most of the growth curve happening in this sector. In fact, interestingly enough, when about a decade back, I was sitting in my campus placements, and we had companies coming in from banking, IT, retail. We just had one aerostructure and defense company, which was Tassel. And I remember my father asking me if this is the right career choice. Do I really want to get into aerostructure and defense, given it being a nascent field? But I'm happy today the way the sector has evolved. I think we have looked at almost a growth rate of somewhere between 9.5% to 10% year on year for the last 12 years now, which is quite significant. Going by statistics, we are looking at this industry becoming almost a $70 billion industry by the end of 2030. So the projections are good. Of course, what has happened in the last couple of years has been a setback for the industry, especially in terms of the civilian traffic and the civilian orders, aircraft orders. But defense continues to grow strong. Defense will always be one of those sectors which, again, because of its very strategic nature, will continue to have a constant and good flow of order book. And we at Tassel, as you're already aware, we have got into partnerships with some of the major OEMs like Boeing, Lockheed, Sikorsky, and we have a growing portfolio of customers with whom we are now working and building parts for both aerostructures and engine makers like General Electric and Rolls-Royce. We have an active portfolio of almost 8 to 10 OEMs that we have partnered with, and our exports are also rising each year as we speak. And this is where I think the opportunity lies for a sector like air cargo, because of the very nature of the industry. I think we are going to thrive on logistics to make this industry a success in India over the next 10 years. At least 70 to 80% of our imports today, our raw material today are imports. 70 to 80% of our revenue today is exports. So that just goes to show the kind of dependency that we have on the foreign market and on logistics in totality. So if the industry is to thrive tomorrow in the country, air cargo is going to play a very crucial role of the entire ecosystem. And I think the relationship will be very symbiotic. I do not imagine a scenario where the aerospace and defense sector can grow without support from the air cargo industry. So I think at the outset, fundamentally, because of the very nature of the transaction, I think it's going to be a hand-in-hand relationship, and the dependency is going to be quite high. For one industry to thrive, we definitely are going to depend on the other one. I think where the opportunity lies for this sector is to understand the pain points of customers who are into this business. As an aerospace company, as a defense company, what are we looking for? We are essentially looking for good service, quality service, and at good speed. If you talk of the kind of urgencies that we deal with spare parts, we deal with grounded aircrafts. All of these come with a certain timeline challenge, and we are looking at a certain urgency in terms of deliveries. And this is where we are, hoping the air cargo sector to provide us solutions in that kind of sphere that we are looking at. So this is one area, I think, where there can be some specific solutions that can be worked upon because of the very nature of the kind of business that aerospace is. Secondly, interestingly enough, and that's something that we have seen in our own company, that we export structures which probably have never been exported before. We talk of large empennages, we talk of huge fuselages. So these are some really large over-dimensional cargos. We deal with a lot of dangerous goods, chemicals, specialty chemicals, and things like that. So when we are dealing with such kind of items, I think it is very important to look for solution providers who can provide us that competitive solution at the end of the day. I think, to be honest, the space has today become very competitive, especially of the air cargo space. I think we ourselves discuss with multiple partners, and we always end up selecting the best partner in terms of the pricing and the overall solution that is being provided. So the space is very competitive, and how well the partnership evolves will be purely a function of what kind of solutions we get at the end of the day that can really help us with our pain points. And as like any in the industry, I think the aerospace defense also for the next couple of years is going to be under cost challenges. I think COVID has not been a very kind scenario, especially for this sector, and it continues to be a challenge. Under these circumstances, there would be pressures, there would be an increased challenge for us to also push and look for something which is really viable and create value for our customers. And that is where we are trying to look at solution providers in the air cargo space who can create those viable solutions such that it can, at the end of the day, create value in the end product for our customers. So Saurabh, just to answer your question, I think at a summary level, I think the relationship will be very symbiotic. I think there'll be huge dependency, and how the air cargo sector evolves over the next 10 years would probably in some way also define how few aspects of our business would evolve. So I think, and as you rightly said, probably we are just, our GDP contribution is probably less than 1.5%. So there's a huge potential there in terms of, aerospace and defense is now being looked at as a major driver of the economic engine also of the country in the next 10-15 years. So the potential is immense, but I think to grab that potential, I think there would be specific areas that would need to be addressed and worked upon. But I think if that can be done, I think sky is the limit.
Thanks, Shobik. I think it was a very accurate outline of the expectation and the requirements from the industry, and you have the right set of people listening and taking notes. Us, airport, airlines, and and I fully agree with you. I think there are sectors which utilize air cargo to a very large extent today. Without naming them, yes, there are those sectors there which contributes to, say, each of them contributes to 10 to 12%, of the air cargo. And I see that in the coming decade, especially with respect to India, because you spoke about the opening up of the sector, the private investment, the focus on defense sector, and this being little agnostic to the seasonalities and other factors, including the cost pressures. I think this is one sector we all can look forward, from India and the various places and, centers that the manufacturing facilities and the logistics route planning is happening. And I think rightfully, I think while you were closing the remark and I said that, yes, I think I should reach out to Mr. Jori Allman. Mr. Allman, you've been with us, you've worked with us closely in in planning, in strategizing, in conceptualizing the ground infrastructure and its overall, synergy with respect to the aviation requirements. I have two questions for you. First is, yes, I would want you to, also answer and, give your comments on what Shobik has said with respect to movement of his good and how, we are or we will be looking after this as a sector in India. Second, also from a technology perspective and from a perspective of changes in the process as a part of innovation, um, how do you see us as infrastructure players being smart enough to plan the investments, to be able to adopt some of the things which we don't know but will be coming in future and will be adopting the same in future. So please go ahead, Mr. Jory Allman.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you very much for inviting me on this panel, and would be happy to answer your questions. Maybe I'll just share my screen also to illustrate. So the idea of what Mr. Shobik said, in his business, he has very time-sensitive goods that need to be transported often internationally to get to the right location. Now, any time-sensitive goods like that require the most efficient process at the port of entry and in the cargo terminal. So how do we facilitate that in our planning of cargo areas and the design of cargo facilities? We obviously can look into the future and draw parallels to see what may be required in the next 10, 15 years. But it's no crystal ball. So you always have to make sure that your facilities and the layout of your whole cargo area and its interfaces with the rest of the airport have a certain flexibility in them to accommodate the changes that will always come. One thing that's a constant in our industry is change, as we've seen very dramatically with COVID. So the idea is really to in all our facilities here you see a few examples, including the cargo service centers, Cargo Terminal 2 at Delhi. We made sure that not just the building has a grid which can accommodate many different types of processing technologies and facilities, but also the frontage of the building can accommodate sizes of trucks that are not presently being used in India to get the cargo to the terminal, but may come in the future. And if we wouldn't have had a forecourt of that size, then once these trucks do become larger and the produce that gets transported through the cargo terminal gets larger, you would not want to be stuck with a forecourt that just cannot accommodate it. And you'll have to actually demolish, rebuild, etc. your facility. So to avoid these type of things, we try and make everything future-proof in that these facilities are flexible to incorporate the future operations and technology. Similarly, we do this with Amazon. We're their program architect, and we develop building templates in co-creation with this client, both for small but also multi-level automated warehouses. And we try and keep in mind the client's business needs of being flexible to accommodate change and thereby avoiding unnecessary costs. And we were much appreciated by clients like CSC, but also Amazon, who really appreciate this kind of co-creation and knowing their business needs and how to adopt to changes in both technology, innovation, and impacts that you cannot foresee, like COVID. Thank you. That's it from my side. Look forward to addressing other issues in the panel and listening to our panelists.
I have a question for you, Jory. You spoke about the use of how some of these planning elements you have implemented in 2 or 3 examples that you mentioned about. What is your view in terms of the implications on the cost? Once you adopt some of these new approaches of planning and technology enablement in physical infrastructure, what's your view? Because I'm sure you have been associated with many projects in India and also abroad. Do you think at the end, what's the view? How significant is cost element in this?
Well, it's very significant. The margins in our business are extremely low for cargo operators, that some of which are in this panel, but also, yeah. So wherever you can avoid unnecessary costs is extremely important for your business case. And it actually prides us to see cargo facilities that we may have designed in the 80s at Schiphol Amsterdam Airport still being relevant today, thanks to their setup, their structure, the way that they were designed to be adaptable to changes. So the operations that are going through that 1980s cargo terminal now are not exactly the same as they were in the 80s, but the building has been able to accommodate it. And having to actually demolish, replace, or temporarily move the whole operation somewhere else, by avoiding those costs, the cargo operator is doing a much better business. So I think that's the most important learnings that we've always had, and our clients, is whatever you invest a little extra in building in that flexibility in day one will save you a multitude of that cost, and sometimes not even in 10, 15 years, but due to certain impacts or the rapid change of technology, like you said, Saurabh, these changes may happen sooner than you think. And then you will be happy to have invested a little extra in flexibility, so that you avoid major costs at that time.
Thanks, Jory. I think it was very assuring for, at least for me, I'm sure, because somebody who is planning, who's investing, we make little investments in making, and I'll tell you with my personal experience, we make multiple little investments in adding those flexibility at the design stage, very well knowing that this may not be utilized in the next year or in a year after that. And I think it's good to hear from you that those little incremental flexibility will help us in ensuring that the investment life cycle gives return over a period of a few decades. So thanks, Jory, for that good insight. Moving ahead, we all can discuss, but yes, we need somebody like Mr. Jasper Quack, to put together things that enables us and makes realize what we have. So I think with that, Jasper, you are the managing director of BagTag. First, tell us a little bit about BagTag. What is the technology? And second, which is more important for us, is do you think we can have a cargo BagTag solution in future? It makes sense. It doesn't make sense.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. Thank you all for the invitation, and everyone listening in. Thank you for your time in advance. Very happy to be here today. I see my fellow countryman Yuri on the call as well. Hi, Yuri. Nice seeing you again. Good question. What's BagTag all about? I think first of all, it's good to notice that BagTag is primarily targeting passenger travel, as the consumers traveling on commercial airlines. And a little bit about technology. So basically, what we do is we digitalize the paper BagTag that we still see nowadays. So when you go and travel, you're usually already able to check in online or using a mobile app of the airline that you're traveling on. However, if the passenger does all those steps and then goes to the airport, they usually still have to queue to get a paper BagTag attached to their suitcase. But we've developed solutions that can prevent this from happening and put the entire bag tagging process in the hands of the passenger. And we do this with, it's called e-paper technology. It's similar technology that you find in e-readers, and that allows you to upload all your baggage information to a device that's attached to your suitcase. What it's all about is allowing the passenger to arrive at the airport fully prepared to go, with having to do nothing else than to drop their bag and proceed through security. Well, as you can immediately see, this has important benefits for the airport in terms of real estate savings, infrastructural efficiency gains, You need less check-in staff to operate the same level of throughput in the airport terminal. For the airline, of course, there's the benefit of providing a better passenger experience to their passengers, because the passengers are now able to perform several steps by themselves rather than having someone else do it for them. And in the process, there's a lot of efficiency gains altogether. Well, we've been doing this for 7 years now and are currently in live operations across the world. And I think that's also one of the reasons I was very happy to get this invitation. The Indian travel market and aviation market is very, very interesting, especially considering the extremely high amount of greenfield investments in terms of new airports being built and all the opportunities that comes with them. The question how this technology could apply to cargo, I think, is a very relevant one. I think it's important to note that an electronic bag tag is basically a permanent and still flexible way of identifying either a suitcase or a container or whatever cargo you might want to identify. This technology incorporates not only visual identification by means of barcodes or text that can be changed and displayed, can even be updated through the journey. So rather than a sticker that's permanently attached to a piece of cargo that cannot be changed during the journey. And they usually also incorporate RFID. It's a radio frequency identification. Is already used in baggage handling and also in cargo, I believe. And by combining the two into one device and one technology, and then combining that with a flexible software solution, I think that the technology in and on itself is very suitable to be applied to cargo as well. We are actually running several pilot phases to examine how we could apply this to cargo. And in addition to that, Backtech's in the process with a partner of ours to introduce tracking technology specifically designed for either passenger suitcases or cargo in the air travel industry. The combination of these kind of solutions, we believe, will see a rapid increase over the next couple of years. And I think one of the words Yuri also used in his presentation is the word future-proof, which I believe is of high importance. And the nice thing about electronic bag tagging and tracking technology is that it's very future-proof because it's so flexible. It's retrofittable, so you can fit any suitcase or any cargo container with the technology without having to change entire infrastructure, and because it's also backward compatible on the other side. So my expectation is that in the next couple of years, with our technologies being rapidly adopted across passenger travel, we'll also see the introduction of this in the field of cargo, definitely.
So very, very optimistic, and I'm quite happy to note about the technology which is going to stay for some time and is future-proof. It's good, if we also have some of these POCs in the Indian context, particularly, some of those regional variations can also be factored in. So I think, so in your entire journey, and you have perfected this bag tag for many years, as you look ahead for cargo adoption, what are the one or two major challenges, roadblocks that you see that you will have to overcome to make this more practical, affordable, and accessible?
Yeah. Well, I think that when considering any kind of innovation, especially concerning technology, we see very similar roadblocks across industries or across different applications within an industry, whether that's passenger travel demand or cargo demand. There's very similar challenges. I think one of the biggest challenges that we're facing is sometimes a lack of very close cooperation. Because if we're not cooperating very closely across all stakeholders in the industry, one of the stakeholders has to take a first step. And the one taking the first step is also taking the biggest perceived risk. And no one's willing to take a big risk for all the other stakeholders in the industry when they're not clearly gaining from that straight away. So what we see as a very good opportunity, and maybe a point that we can improve on as an industry, is very, very close cooperations. If we have innovative companies like Backtech or any other company that does something similar, closely working together with design companies like NACO, with an airport, with authorities and airlines all together, and this can be done at a very regional level or very local level. I think that's really the key to to accelerate the adoption of innovations. I mean, of course, we have to scrutinize every innovation that we come across, because there's a lot of technology that's just there for the sake of it. So we have to be careful still. But I really feel that the key lies in spreading risk and working closely together to together, well, carry the risk, but then also carry the rewards when the project pays off.
The last statement you mentioned about carry the risk and the reward, I think that's one of the statement I see is of very, very significant when we deal with the technology service providers, because more than often I see this trade-off tends to be one of the initial roadblocks to go ahead or not go ahead. So I hope that as the technology becomes affordable and the application become more and more dependable, I think this divide will disappear. Thanks, Jasper, for the wonderful insight. And yes, as cargo community, we keep looking forward to and waiting. We are no more laggards now. I said that was 3 years back. We are all waiting for technology to come, and Mr. Allman is waiting to design terminals based on that. So thanks, Jasper. I move to Neeraj. Hi, Neeraj. Neeraj is from Go First. Neeraj, we have heard very recently a lot of changes happening in your airline, and you represent also the domestic airline. It's also the newest brand name that I've heard in the many years, more than a decade in this sector. You're going through a complete transformation, and since the theme is on innovation and technology, just give us a very brief view on what's the role played by innovation and technology in your latest transformation journey that you are undertaking currently.
First of all, thanks very much to you and all the panelists for sharing their views until now. So a great opportunity to interact and hear different views from different walks of the airline business. Now coming to your question, which is very important for any aviation company, not specific for Go First. So in this competitive age, you have to be innovative. You have to be focused on reducing the cost of servicing and quick and agile in terms of resolving customer questions. So keeping all three aspects in focus, Go First has been working on transformation, not today, for last couple of years. And you would be aware, because we have published these informations in our prospectus, DRHP also, what we have today. And we have not achieved it in one day. So if you look at our portfolio of the core systems, we have all world-class core systems installed, implemented step by step. So if you talk about starting from the booking platform, we use Navitaire, which is world-class recognized, the most efficient booking platform. Moving to the operations arms, the best in the class, the application. Next, if you look at our engineering department, we have one of the best Ramco for procurement and planning related to all engineering services, so on and so forth. So our focus is not new. It has been for few months, few years, which is working, and some benefits we are already getting and some benefits we will get. We are confident. Next step is integrating all our core systems with the reporting modules, and on top, putting some BI tools to consolidate, analyze, and populate the decision support information for the management to have this on one click and take quick decisions, which is very important. We are not doing anything different from the rest of the world who wants to grow and kind of benefit from the modern technologies. So this is a continuous process which we are working upon. This is not yet finished. Something we have finished and some we are still working upon, and which will be completed in course of time. Benefit also we are not expecting in one day. We have got some, and benefit will yield in coming days once we are done with all our plan. So now coming to the summary of what all transformation we have done and the kind of benefit we will get. So this is very common in industry, common understanding in the industry, that if you take the path of technology and innovation that reduces your cost, varying from 20% to 70%. Though in airline, we have very rigid cost lines. You are aware, all of you are associated with airline business directly, indirectly. We have very little scope to play, reduce, make efficient our cost lines, because most of the costs are very rigid, dependent on many factors, internal, external, political, geographical. Whatever 20-30% scope we have, this is the area where we can kind of implement our plan, our innovative strategies to reduce, to make it more efficient and add some value to the company. So that's what we have been working upon, and I hope this will yield a great result in coming days.
Thanks, Neeraj. I'm just shifting my focus to customers and employees, and I'll start with you. Tell me, you spoke about a lot of the systems and new processes that is giving you benefits. What does it mean for a customer or a passenger, who doesn't see what the view which you may be having? What does it entail or mean from their perspective?
Yeah, so the two topics you just mentioned are very important and kind of a great value, the area of concern. So as far as employees are concerned, our manpower is concerned, with the all technology in place, this is providing efficiency to our manpower. Meaning thereby is that we will be able to handle bigger volume, bigger business with the same strength. The satisfaction level will also surely go up. And the decision making, which is the most important thing. Like a management personnel, you need information on click of a button, because this is a competitive age and you want to take a quick decision. You want to stay ahead of others. So you have to be very quick and very prudent as well at the same time. To be prudent and to take kind of prudent decision, you have to have right information at right time. So the mix of technology and the employee with the current strength, we are confident to have a better output and kind of greater efficiency in coming days. Now moving towards customer, the area which we have started working during this pandemic, we had kind of great experience, I would say. It was not a very good experience, but great experience, learning experience, I would call it specifically, which taught us how to handle our customer in difficult times when we had no flights, high cancellation, etc., and of a lot of dissatisfaction across the industry. It was not specific to our company only. So it taught us a lot of lessons, and we have collected all those learnings. And for last 4 or 5 months, we are working on that particular area as well, which has started yielding very, very good results. And you might, if you track the kind of media, the customer related information, etc., you would feel how quickly our graph has improved over a period of 4 or 5 months.
Thanks, Neeraj, for that. Continuing the same theme of customer, Mr. Hallett, I always, many times I hear, the shippers and the consignee talking about the pricing pressure that the industry is currently going through. Do you think there is a role, or there's a play of technology in elevating that pressure? Can technology help us, address this feedback, which at times which we hear, particularly more so in the last 1 year?
Yes, pricing pressure, of course, always be there, but it doesn't change the fact that the air freight is a premium mode of transport. So 30% of the international trade is by value carried by air, but that only accounts for 0.5% of the trade volume. So this shows that it's a premium product, and always the cost will be high. And in the pandemic, of course, it went up to the roof. So there will be the pressure, that's for sure. Pandemic already and millions of doses of COVID vaccines cannot be transported in any other way. So that's a transport that's provides the shortest time frame of transport. So on the other hand, airlines are implementing airfare products for different needs of the customers to release that pressure. And of course, technological advancements can come into play. The one I mentioned, web cargo, that kind of marketplace, that rates are transparent and different products are listed, and customer can see what they need and act accordingly. That will release the pressure. And as a next step, maybe that marketplaces can introduce multi-modal solutions by bringing the capability to use other modes of transport combined with air cargo. So then the customers can truly see all available options to transport their goods, and pressure on the pricing will drastically reduce. Also, one thought, and there are some fintech startups that are working on logistics payment systems that also promise a future, I believe, in line with the marketplaces. If there's a one-stop shop for both reservations, planning, and also payment, then the pressure on the air cargo rates will be decreased drastically.
I think you touched upon two very important parts. One is synergy with other modes of transportation, and second, the emergence of the new age startups focusing on alternate payment and marketplace, creating new marketplace. I think these two would obviously create more equitable and a more option oriented marketplace, and I'm sure it will help in reducing the pricing pressure to some extent. And having said so, but I think I fully agree that it's less than 1% of the goods, and these by nature are premium goods. And you mentioned rightly about need not be premium, but even important, significant, strategically significant goods like vaccines. Today, I just want to give you an example as well. Last fortnight, we handled the largest vaccine shipment ever into India or out of India. It came into India, about 3 million dosages of very, very, critically required vaccine at Hyderabad. The entire 747 was full of vaccine, every single space. So those were handling such cargo does give us a feel that yes, air cargo, though expensive, but still I think it serves the a very critical requirement of the economy, and that will continue to stay. And I fully agree with you on that. Moving ahead, Vijay, another related area from again continuing my theme of customer. In air cargo we have a lot of stakeholders. That the number of entities which we deal, and they're all dealing with each other. So from a customer perspective, if we have to see that we need to improve upon the overall transparency index within our stakeholder, how do you see that happening, and do you think a technology can play a role in making air cargo a more dependable, a more transparent ecosystem?
Thanks, Saurabh. You have touched a very important nerve center of the entire thing, which is going. So this is going to be the trend for the future as well. Transparency is very critical and very important actually for the entire, because see, the cargo is moving on the ground or by air or through the terminals or wherever it is. But actual movement, if you see, the crux is that the information is flowing. So cargo cannot move unless the information flows seamlessly. And this integral part and this integration from different stakeholders, because there is a handover takeover happening place in the entire supply chain. And until this information is properly integrated and it is properly visible to the end customer, till then the real success of what we say is the digitalization cannot happen. So what we perceive and what we see is that transparency is very important. It also helps moving from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. So being proactive in taking any decision per se with respect to the airlines, with respect to forwarders, with respect to airport operators, this is very important. While we dwell upon this, there are three important, what I call is a ESR. So ESR of supply chain is with respect to the transparency is efficiency, seamless and reliable flow of information. And this can only be happening is when we have a proper transparency, we have a real-time data flow which is happening through our systems to all the stakeholder system. But a very important part in the entire thing is that all the systems have to be properly integrated and talking to each other. Until that thing happens, the end objective will be very difficult to achieve. So per se, Delhi airport actually implemented the cargo community system. Now, the government is also planning to have a nationwide cargo community system where all the community systems are integrated and talking to each other. So this is very important, and this is very important move from the government point of view. Also, when we talk about the digital corridors, when we talk about the customers integration, so this is going to play a very critical role in terms of the transparency and in terms of efficiency. This is going to be the future. Believe me, this is going to be the future. And unless we react today, until we invest today in such moves, the success is, we cannot see the success or we cannot see the dawn happening for the air cargo going forward. Because cargo demand of customers are changing. COVID has also shown a lot of things which are happening, which were not happening on the ground, and customers' perceptions and customers, they're looking for cost-effective solutions. So this, why we talk about having we implemented e-gate pass during the COVID period. This was also an innovation. We maintained that kind of so that less number of people are coming to the cargo terminals. Why are more people are required at the cargo terminal when the information flow is seamless from the residence or from the office of a customer? Not at all required. So that kind of an integration is going to bring the change, and that is the need of our sort of.
Vijay, I think while you were speaking, I was noting some of these key terms, and I've noted 4 key terms. A trust, transparency, also consensus among the stakeholder, and real-time visibility. And I package this all and then come to Jasper. Jasper, tell me, few years back, blockchain was a buzzword, but today, if I look at it again, it's no more buzzword. It's touching my business, it's touching all of us. Tell me where it does. How do you see blockchain helping the air cargo industry address some of the keywords that I just mentioned? Jasper?
Yeah, good question. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of blockchain. I think indeed it has become a bit of a buzzword, and we see, I think, applications seeking for the technology, seeking the applications rather than the other way around. So we're thinking from a point of view, hey, this is technology we have, and we're thinking about how to apply it rather than we need something to do this. How should we do it? Personally, that's one of my issues with the technology in and on itself. What I would say is one of the most important trends that we'll see occurring in the next couple of years, also in cargo, it's all about data availability. I don't personally believe that we need blockchain to do that, but I firmly believe that data availability is going to change many things. I think the previous speaker also mentioned this, because if you know where your cargo is at any time, how your cargo is doing, where it's going, if your end customer knows, that's a great product, that's a great innovation, and that actually adds value to the service that we're providing to our end customer. And it doesn't necessarily matter how we get to a point where we have all the data available. It only matters that we have it. And then we can start working with it. So then you know where it is, your end customer knows where your cargo is. I think that's really going to change the way that cargo is being handled. And what I believe would be a very interesting approach, and I think that's one of the things that we're doing as well, is looking at this from a retrofittable point of view. And so if you're able to start applying new techniques to get these data points available to you as an organization without having to change infrastructure, you can go about this in a isolated way. Isolation is a negative word, but when you're able to start innovating something without relying on 100 different partners along the journey, you can very easily achieve innovation and meaningful innovation at that. So yeah, I'm personally not a big fan of blockchain, but I would say we have to focus on getting the right data available through secure means and trustworthy means.
Thanks, Jasper. I think you have clearly mentioned about data visibility, availability, and secure means. I think any technology which allows for it, is something that is going to help all of us. Continuing, I think about the customer and employees, I move to Mr. Ori Allman. Mr. Allman, many times technology and innovation leads to automation from an infrastructure and process perspective. What is the impact you see on employment and jobs? You think, it's going to be synergistic, or you think, reskilling needs to speed up to a very large extent? What's your view on it?
Well, automation will, of course, reduce certain jobs that could be automated. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the company that has implemented the automation would reduce the number of staff. It would just probably allow them to repurpose a lot of the staff into other than required services. So if you look at the e-commerce boom, so an operator that now needs a lot of different people to actually do the last mile delivery, and previous had those people actually do mind-numbing work in the warehouse, which can then be automated. Then he can use those same staff for last mile delivery. The type of staff is that's required for both of these jobs is similar. Requires only a little bit of retraining, a little bit of facilitation. But so and that way that company can grow into the new business that is required at that time. Actually not reducing the staff, but just repurposing it. So I think definitely automate all those things that really don't need the human factor, because it will ultimately reduce your risks. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's more unemployment if you repurpose those people for more relevant jobs.
I agree, Mr. Allman, and I would want to have a parallel view from another industry, aerospace and defense. Shobik, same question, but from your perspective.
No, I think I kind of agree with Mr. Ori, what he just mentioned. I think it is probably there would be a bit of an impact on one element of labor, but then you would see some other kind of jobs also pick up in the market. I think with more technology being introduced in the sector, there would always be a demand for people with that kind of awareness. And while yes, one segment gets impacted, but there's another segment which will again have to be trained. They will have to be made aware of what the demands are and then cope up with it. So I think it is. I think what is still very important for us, and something that Casper was also mentioning, that we have to, even before we think of what technology and how, I think it is very important to address the why of the technology. That why is it that we need to have a certain technology implemented? I think if you're trying to fix the why, I don't think you will end up in a position where you have to face problems of employability, because you're trying to, at the end of the day, fix a business problem, and fixing the business problem would give solutions and not create another problem. I think you will only face trouble where you're trying to first answer the how and what and not the why. So I think in any technology project, let's start with why, and then take it from there. I think if that is done, I think everything else will start falling into place by itself.
Yeah, that's great, Shobik. And I think we all agreeing that they go hand in hand, and it's going to create more jobs, and adoption of innovation and technology is good for the industry. So before I move to the conclusion, I want very brief, in few seconds, from each one of you, speak about what are the 2 or 3 trends as we peep into the future with respect to air cargo industry. Very briefly, in 1 or 2 phrases, what people should be looking forward to when they think about air cargo trends which will be coming up in the air cargo industry. And I start with Mr. Halliton, sir. Yeah.
I mentioned about marketplaces a lot, so I can mention it once again here to bring the transparency. And secondly, I can say that interfacing, even if we are using the same system within our company, our stakeholders are using different systems. So interfacing is very important. And data availability, third, can be, but instant data availability is the important part, because it's the fastest mode of transport. So the data should be available instantly.
Thank you, Vijay.
Yeah, thank you, Saurabh. For me, I see digitalization going to play a very critical role going forward, be it on the processes, be it on operational efficiencies, be it on contactless transactions. So digitalization is going to play a very critical role. One important thing which going to drive the trends is that stakeholders thinking ahead and proactively investing in future is a very important thing, because that will actually help anyone to work to the agile environments which are critical and call of the hour. And beyond above the foundation, what I would say is the culture of collaboration, which COVID actually has created that kind of environment. And this is going to play, unless until there is a collaboration in the entire supply chain, that has to be very important, and taking it very positively going forward.
Thanks, Vijay. Shobik?
I think the only thing is innovation is not just technology. Let us also look at innovation in terms of business model. I think let us try and orient new approaches to doing business, especially from an aerospace perspective. There are a lot of ideas that we have where our cargo providers can provide us some solutions, turnkey solutions, package solutions. So let us also look at business model innovations and not just technology. I think innovation goes much beyond technology. That's what I would just like to add.
Thanks, Shobik. Mr. Allman?
I completely support all the opinions of my fellow panelists, and I do see the future of innovation really lie in collaboration, and thereafter a co-creation of the solutions and the facilities that align with that. Because I think it's proven again how important it is to get everybody aligned during this crisis. So I think that's really where we're heading.
Thanks, Mr. Jasper.
Yeah, thank you. I think we'll see a great tendency towards more and more flexibility. I think, as mentioned before, we see premium goods as the, of course, target good for air traffic cargo. And I think that every process, and not only technology indeed, but every process will be working towards more flexibility. And I believe that will happen by means of automating standard processes, so that we can, as you also mentioned, repurpose the human factor to offer customization and flexibility, while at the same time connecting everything that we do. So by making sure that we automate and connect all the dots of the puzzle, I think we'll be able to offer a more flexible and customizable model in the future.
Thanks, Mr. Jasper. Neeraj?
Yeah. So as far as innovations and application of technologies are concerned in air cargo business, all of our panelists have touched upon one or another point. I would just like to kind of consolidate the 4 needs which we feel as an airliner we need as an innovation or this kind of change in processes. So the challenges we are facing are in 4 areas. So when we carry cargo, the biggest challenge is palletization. We want standard palletization as a process where we can utilize our space optimum and carry maximum volume to earn the biggest benefit we can generate. Second is the kind of process, the handling process, which Vijay and other panelists have already touched upon. So handling has to be kind of automated. The processes related to handling must be digitized. My panelists from BagTag already touched and highlighted a bit of tracking of the cargo. So all these things must be introduced for to garner the kind of maximum benefit in air cargo system. The most important thing which I wanted to highlight before this panel was to integrate and create an interface of multiple mode of transportation. So air has to have interface with rail, road, water, whatever, surface, water, and air. So at some places, especially in India, we are lagging far behind than any other developed countries in terms of creating interface and integrated environment for carrying cargo from one point to another point. Especially the first mile, last mile is very important for airline because aviation in isolation cannot create value in the entire chain unless and until it is integrated with other things. So there we have to work upon a lot. It is not industry specific, it is kind of in the interest of seamless logistics, carrying logistics from one place to another and creating the maximum value out of the business.
Yeah,
So
thanks.
that's it.
Thanks, Neeraj. And I think a very wonderful discussion with all the panel members, and I'm very thankful to you. And I'm summarizing, and there are really good insights which has come saying that innovation is not about technology. Innovation is also about process. Innovation is also about coming up with new business models. It's important to collaborate. Collaborate is very important. Interfacing is very important. Connecting the dots is very important. Data and real-time visibility are important. There are 3 important pillars: customer, employees, stakeholders. Very important when you think about innovation. And in this entire space, when we talk about transparency, the community systems and the marketplace will be also 2 key trends that are going to help bring benefits to the customers. And yes, we had heard about instant noodles, but yes, instant data. Somebody said instant data. Everybody wants instant data, so innovation has to facilitate that. And overall, what Vijay said in terms of stakeholders being proactive, thinking ahead of time, that will give a lot of support to each one of us when we work together. And in doing so, we will be, operationally also excelling, improving our efficiencies. What Neeraj was telling. I think that summarizes the collective discussion and insights from all of you on this wonderful subject of leveraging innovation and technology for a better air cargo, community, which will benefit at the end the customers, all our customers. So thank you all, and I hand it back to Namrata from Alden Global. Namrata.
Yes, Saurabh, actually, we have some engaging questions from the audience also.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead and.
Sure. So Vivek Sharma, he's asking, what do you feel is the most important skill a cargo and fleet agent should possess?
Yeah, I think I would ask this question to Vijay. Vijay, you're on mute.
Sorry, can you repeat, Namrata?
Yeah. What do you feel is the most important skill a cargo and a fleet agent should possess?
Yeah, actually, the knowledge and know-how of the processes is the very critical aspect which has to be considered. And when it comes to the cargo terminal operators, the handling staff, when they are handling the cargo, very specific cargo. So that kind of how to handle that is very critical and important.
Yeah, next question. Namrata?
So next question from Manoj. He's asking, how are you innovating the air cargo supply chain?
I think, Mr. Hallett, this is your favorite question. You have given us a lot of example, but briefly, if you want to answer this.
Yes, briefly, if we can say, just think innovatively in all the ways of the work, not only one aspect of it, but as I said, interfacing. It's also within the company, within what you are doing in terms of operation, sales, everything should incorporate each other and innovate in all of them is the important part, I can say, as a briefly.
Thanks, Namrata. Any other question?
One more question is there. So Ritika, she's asking how to facilitate the flow of cargo transported by air amidst disruption.
Amid disruption, how do we translate in Neeraj? You want to answer that?
Yeah, of course. So disruption these days is being caused by many kind of factors which is beyond our control. However, the customer's expectation is of prime importance, and the expectation of customer is going high and high day by day. To cater their expectation as a service provider, we have to have our processes strong. Because what is customer's expectation? If they have given us something to deliver at another point B from point A, they want that in time without damage, in the same form, format, shape they have delivered to us. The standardization of the processes in handling and the last mile, first mile efficiency through latest technologies and kind of integrating the all the stakeholders in a seamless manner will definitely deliver a kind of complaint-free customer service.
Thanks, Neeraj. Yeah, Namrata?
Saurabh, there are no more questions.
Yeah, thank you. You can close the session, Namrata.
Yeah, Saurabh, can we have a picture of all the panelists together? So please smile. Thank you all.
Thanks to all the panelists. It was great moderating the session with all of you, with all your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saurabh. Thank you, Khalid.
Thanks to
Thank you, Saurabh.
Thanks to Allen Global as well.
Thank you, Saurabh.
And thank you, Namrata.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thanks, Adam Global.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the leaders for sharing your thoughts. Now we will see a brief video of keynote from our silver sponsor, SpiceJet. From Rajesh Singh, who is the Senior General Manager, Logistics and Operations from SpiceJet Limited.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you Inflection Award for giving this opportunity to us to speak on this forum. And Spice Express, which is a cargo arm of SpiceJet, is delighted today to address this forum to speak on the transformation of the air cargo logistic business. Spice Express was basically started by the management in 2018. We started this cargo freighter business in 2018. It's starting with 2 aircrafts and then scaling into 5 aircrafts. So this is how the journey of Spice Express cargo freighter started. 2020 March, when this pandemic hit the entire world as well as India, everybody in the industry especially the aviation industry was shaken up. So we at SpiceJet in 2020 March, we all were shaken up by the pandemic, and everybody was thinking what has to be done next. We had a small team of our cargo, and this is a time when we all started thinking what has to be done. As all the passenger flights were grounded and we had only cargo planes. And this is a time where each and every member of our cargo team gave a thought, what next, how to bring cargo, because all passengers flights were grounded. And then we thought of a cargo on seat, which was a new concept. Cargo on seat concept, we have done a trial in 2016, and that is how the idea came. We should start using our grounded aircraft cargo on seat. As we have done the trial, we knew all the detailed how the loading has to be done, because cargo has to be loaded on the seat. So it was a technical subject also. But our team then initiated that. We planned and we launched the cargo on seat, especially for the fresh vegetable, perishable products out of India to the international Middle East countries. Then after that, the PP kit started, and we operated with the help of Ministry of Civil Aviation freighters to China. And this is how the journey, we started our cargo in spite of all the passenger business which was halted due to the pandemic. Today, Spice Express, we have 7 Q Bombardier freighter aircrafts. We have 5 freighters, Boeing 737, 700 and 800, as well as we have 10 wide-body aircrafts, which are flying internationally. And today, Spice Express is flying to US, Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and each and every corner of the world. In fact, we also started the new international destination, Brussels, which was in India. There was no connecting from India to Brussels, and we succeeded in starting Bombay-Brussels flight freighters. We at Spice Express, we believe that we should keep on innovating new business, new ideas, new strategy. During the pandemic, we also started our Spice Pharma Pro. As by the time the vaccines preparedness was started. So the product we have to develop to maintain the vaccine temperatures, and we developed our Spice Pharma Pro product also. Spice Express has started the first vaccine shipment in India, and we were the first to carry the shipment of vaccines with complete SOP procedures being followed, and flying on our Bombardier Q400, which is a 6-tonner aircraft, which can easily go to any of the airstrips in India. The delivery time, what we have done for the vaccines, was around 8 to 10 minutes, which was appreciated by AI class as well as Ministry of Civil Aviation. Also, during this pandemic, Krishi Udan, which was also a part of Ministry of Civil Aviation, Spice Express exported a lot of agri products, produce to Middle East countries, which helped our farmers also. Then we started, first of all, thank you Inflection Award for giving this opportunity to us to speak on this forum. And Spice Express, which is a cargo arm of SpiceJet, is delighted today to address this forum to speak on the transformation of the air cargo logistic business. Spice Express was basically started by the management in 2018. We started this cargo freighter business in 2018, starting with 2 aircrafts and then scaling it to 5 aircrafts. So this is how the journey of Spice Express cargo freighter started. 2020 March, when this pandemic hit the entire world as well as India, everybody in the industry, especially the aviation industry, was shaken up. So we at SpiceJet in 2020 March, we all were shaken up by the pandemic, and everybody was thinking what has to be done next. We had a small team of our cargo, and this is the time when we all started thinking what has to be done, as all the passenger flights were grounded and we had only cargo planes. And this is the time where each and every member of our cargo team gave a thought, what next, how to bring cargo, because all passenger flights were grounded. And then we thought of a cargo on seat, which was a new concept. Cargo on seat concept, we have done a trial in 2016, and that is how the idea came. We should start using our grounded aircraft cargo on seat. As we have done the trial, we knew all the detailed how the loading has to be done, because the cargo has to be loaded on the seat. So it was a technical subject also. But our team then initiated that, we planned, and we launched the cargo on seat, especially for the fresh vegetable, perishable products out of India to international Middle East countries. Then after that, the PP kit started, and we operated with the help of Ministry of Civil Aviation freighters to China. And this is how the journey, we started our cargo in spite of all the passenger business which was halted due to the pandemic. Today, Spice Express, we have 7 Q Bombardier freighter aircrafts. We have 5 freighters, Boeing 737, 700 and 800, as well as we have 10 wide-body aircrafts, which are flying internationally. And today, Spice Express is flying to US, Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and each and every corner of the world. In fact, we also started the new international destination Brussels, which was in India. There was no connecting from India to Brussels, and we succeeded starting Bombay Brussels flight freighters. We at Spice Express, we believe that we should keep on innovating new business, new ideas, new strategy. During the pandemic, we also started our Spice Pharma Pro. As by the time the vaccines preparedness was started. So the product we have to develop to maintain the vaccine's temperatures, and we developed our Spice Pharma Pro product also. Spice Express has started the first vaccine shipment in India, and we were the first to carry the shipment of vaccines with complete SOP procedures being followed, and flying on our Bombardier Q400, which is a 6-tonner aircraft, which can easily go to any of the airstrips in India. The delivery time, what we have done for the vaccines was around 8 to 10 minutes, which was appreciated by AI class as well as Ministry of Civil Aviation. Also, during this pandemic, Krishi Udan, which was also a part of Ministry of Civil Aviation, Spice Express exported a lot of agri products, produce to Middle East countries, which helped our farmers also. Then we started to help our fishermen, and we started the freighters for marine, that is shrimps, business from Chennai, Surat, Calcutta, all these airports, which helped our fishermen drastically. Spice Express also started lay operations, which was a very challenging operation, as this was the first freighter to be started at Leh, and we made successful operations to Leh also. Some of the opportunity areas that are pushing growth are India's geographic advantage connecting to east of the world to the west of the world. The Make in India movement, India is well poised geographically to the gateway for neighboring countries Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Bhutan. We at Spice Express also have done a multi-modal transportation from Dhaka to Calcutta by road, and from Calcutta to Delhi and to Spain. The multi-modal first air transportation of cargo business, Spice Express took the initiative and pioneered into this multi-modal cargo connectivity business. Now all these achievements, what Spice Express has been doing, it was basically our CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta's vision. Under his leadership and his drive to our team, that made us more thinking and also out of box, new ideas we generated, and all the team was full energetic and charged up under his leadership, because he has to drive. And during the pandemic, when the situation, everybody was having a fear of what something will happen, if you go to office or something, or they will become COVID positive. But our CEO drive and the motivation he used to give us, our team, that made us come to office daily, and daily we have to think what today we have to do, how much cargo we have to generate. So it was the drive of our CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, which make our team work day and night. Also in the warehouse, our staff was working day and night, and everybody has one vision. Spice Express should be number one logistic company in India, as well as in the entire world. So new things, new ideas. This was the strategy what Spice Express has been doing. We are pioneered into vaccines. We are pioneered into oxygen concentrator. We pioneered into Krishi Udan. We pioneered into marine. We pioneered into different types of products. And these are the different types of products which made our customers delighted. We, as a freighter company, wanted to help the nation during this pandemic situation. And Spice Express today is the number one logistic company in India, having 22 freighters flying not only domestically but also internationally. And this could not have been achieved without our vision of our CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, who is very experienced and a very mindful person, who made us drive. Do not think what will happen tomorrow. Think of today and see that we make this company, Spice Express, number one logistic company. And with this note, I thank you all for all the support and all the stakeholders, as well as the Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA, AI class, and all the airport operators. Without their support, we could not have achieved. And also in this pandemic situation, we could not have done anything possible without their support. I thank everyone, and I thank you, Inflection Award, once again with this note. Thank you very much.
Moving on further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is delivering superior shipment visibility and product integrity in air cargo. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Vikram Srivastava from Sun Pharma, Sanjay Dixit from Intas Pharma, Ravi Kumar from Teva Pharma, Shravan Reddy from GVK Biosciences, Umesh P from Sanofi, Kaushal Kakkar from KB Exports, Ashok Kumar from Nectar Life Science, and Sunil Awari from Namdhari Seeds. Now I request Mr. Vikram to start the panel discussion.
Hi, good morning, good evening to all the listeners. Glad to be here. Would like to start by thanking the organizers for getting together the panel to discuss such an important element of the supply chain, which we face challenge on today, and how we'll deliver superior shipment visibility and product integrity in air cargo. So before we get on to these specific questions, I would request each of my panel members to just quickly introduce themselves set the context in about 2 minutes each, and then I will get into some specific questions. Maybe we can start with Ravi, with you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Vikram, for setting up this panel, and along with my panel members, I'm very happy to be here. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, Ravi, we can.
So I think the topic which we have chosen for the panel today is very valid in today's context, particularly in the pandemic situation, wherein there are so many flights which are getting cancelled, so many vessels which are being getting rerouted, and particularly for the ships, it is a nightmare for us to get capacity on the flights, capacity on the vessels. Along with that, visibility of the shipments is also very important, because it's not a normal situation where you have all the flight schedules available in front of you, and today it is only the freighters which are operating across the borders. So it's not only today, but even for the last 1.5 year, we are into the situation wherein there are a lot of cargoes which are being piled up at the airports. It is becoming difficult for the airport authorities to manage the storage of these products, and many of our temperature control shipments were also not able to get the space at the temperature control warehouses even. So I think this topic is very valid in today's context for all of us to discuss, and then see and learn from each other what innovative practices all the other organizations have been doing, so that we can adopt some of them, and then at least the life of the logistics managers or the freight forwarders will be a little better than what we would have been. With that, I think welcome to the panel members again, and happy to be here with you.
Thanks, Ravi, for setting up that context. Sanjay, do you mind going next, quickly giving a quick introduction and setting up the context before we get into some specifics?
Sure, sure. As rightly, first of all, welcome to all panel members and all the attendees in this conference. And the topic is very relevant nowadays. The situation we are facing since last over 1.5 years, and the development of new concept like new normal, then coming to the normal, then once again new normal, and new normal is now going to become a normal thing also. So during this pandemic, there are a lot of challenges with the logistics operations in all aspects. When the logistics are the backbone for the any organization, where they are doing all their domestic business or international businesses. Now, along with this logistics concern, there are also other areas which are very much related to today's topic, which is mostly likely the warehouse operations, or what new ideas, what new concepts were developed. So all these things are, it is very much required and necessary to share these thoughts with the industry, whether it is a pharma, whether it is a food and beverages, or any automobile, any industries. This experience was required to share with everyone. So we should appreciate this move of the Inflection air cargo supply activities, and we should take it forward for further discussion and sharing the concepts, sharing the thoughts with all the panel members and all the attendees.
Thanks, Sanjay, for bringing to fore that concern. I would request Shravan, if you can go next, quickly set the context, your opening remarks, please. Shravan, you are on mute.
Oh yeah, thanks, Vikram. Good evening, everyone. I'm Shravan Reddy. I'm taking care of logistics activities at Arizon Life Sciences, formerly known as JVK Biosciences. As Ravi and Sanjay has pretexted the context, I'm like, this is the right time. I think we all should know what exactly
what exactly are we really going through? I mean, like, the challenges right away that we are going through, especially the times wherein, there is no international flights, available to carry the, cargoes, and the life is really getting miserable for the perishable cargoes and live animals, really, which are really required for the, pharmaceuticals industry. Wherein most of, a few of the pharmaceutical sectors, like, who are really into manufacturing of like life-saving drugs and all, and really it would be helpful, for the other sectors as well.
Thank you, Shravan, for setting up that context. Umesh, do you mind going next and just setting up the context for the group?
Thank you so much, Vikram. I head the exports and the imports division of Sanofi, which is a French multinational operating with its head office in Mumbai. I have been with Sanofi for the last 30 years in different areas, in manufacturing and packing, in supply chain, and presently I head the exports and imports division. I thought this panel discussion today is important in the not only in the context of the pandemic, but the fact that air cargo is very important from the perspective of handling very temperature sensitive cargoes, as we pharmaceutical companies have to face, but also because we are paying quite a lot for air cargo. And that is where the responsibility lies in the entire system, so that the customer gets what he requires at the end of the day. So timing, planning, the entire visibility of the consignment is important for the customer. So I'm happy to be here, Vikram, and all the very best.
Thank you, Umesh. You've spoken like a true consumer. We all are pained with the skyrocketing air cargo rates, but I think the service providers in the group will try and bring a better understanding to what's driving those costs, and that is where I would request probably Kushal to go next and just quickly introduce himself and set the context. Kushal.
Sure. Thanks, Vikram. So I'm Kaushal from KB Exports, and we are a company specialized in exports of fresh fruits and vegetables to Europe. We are also unique in the sense that we also operate a freight forwarding division within our company. We are ITA accredited and handle our own forwarding for air freight of produce. The pandemic has obviously led to a lot of challenges on various fronts. I mean, be it just simple transportation of produce to the airports in the early days, to now social distancing, vaccine and the vaccine associated leaves, and then also the general concern that international customers have regarding Indian origin produce. While everything is fine in terms of health and hygiene, but with so many cases emerging from India, there is always a negative bias against Indian origin produce. So everyone has undergone the same pain that India has. I think India probably has done better vis-a-vis in terms of percentage of positivity or fatality, but it still is not easy. I think the second wave happened in Western Europe much earlier, while it is much more recent in India. So that's why recent things count. But nevertheless, I think the challenges are on various fronts, be it the viability of produce and how air freight being such a large component of produce for our products is such a big factor that affects overall marketability of products. So competing with Asian and other African countries with their air freight rates is going to be the new challenge going forward.
Thanks, Kaushal, for those insights and your opening remarks. I would like to invite our final panel member, Sunil. Hi, Sunil. Do you mind, setting up the context and speaking to the group before we get into specific questions?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Sunil Avari. I'm heading the fresh division of Namdari Seeds Private Limited. We are leading exporters of fresh fruits and vegetables to Europe, Australia, and various other parts of the world. I think I must thank first the organizers for taking this subject in hand for discussion. And as I experience, we are facing a very tricky situation because of Corona. And I look at Corona as a learning for us. It has taught us a lot of things, and it can be taken as a part of even evolution process also. So Corona had worked very tricky way. If you see in the European context or customers context, the people are sitting at home and they are using a lot of food material at home, like vegetables, fruits. So the demand increased, but the logistical constraints made it very difficult. So one side the demand is high, other side we have the constraints. So this has become a very tricky situation. And I feel as it is acting very unpredictable, we will have to be prepared better for future, that this Corona is not going to end so soon. So this is very welcome subject. Let us move on.
Thank you. So I would want to thank all my panel members again for your opening remarks and setting up the context to this. So a quick introduction about myself. So I'm Vikram. I am currently with Sun Pharma. I lead their planning function for regulated markets. Being in the pharma space, of course, we all are critically involved in all the operations with respect to air freighting and all. And what really has happened in the last 18 months, I would want to share with all the listeners and all my co-panel members also that it was unprecedented. What we saw, probably we have never seen that kind of disruption, the supply chain disruption in the last about 100 years. And the last pandemic that the mankind saw, supply chains were not so globally interdependent on each other, where logistics and transport is forming such a critical node of the entire value chain of supply chain now. It's not just about getting your raw material, it's not just about producing them. How do I make sure that raw materials from across the globe, if I have to talk about pharma, from across the globe comes into India, and how I can get it into my factories, and from my factories how I can get the right shipment, whether it be air or sea, and ship it across the globe. So that has brought to fore the importance of how we are going to manage this critical node of supply chain, which is logistics. And in logistics, further more critically involved is air freighting, because we know speed and agility in today's supply chain has become very important. With that, I would want to get into my first question, and I would request Umesh probably to take this up. Umesh, if you don't mind, is can you further build on how the last 18 months or so of the COVID pandemic that the world has seen, how the air cargo and logistics industry, air cargo in particular and logistics industry in general, has been impacted with this entire pandemic? Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Vikram. What we have seen, as you said, was unprecedented. For the last 18 months, the challenges that we have seen almost every day in different sectors is something amazing. But let me tell you, we've had several success stories along the way during the last 18 months, because without these success stories, we would not have been distributing our products across India and across the world. So I'm happy to say that, like one of the earlier panelists said, it was a challenge to be in this situation. I don't think it's something like a wartime situation, I would say. The early months, we were fighting to get a space in the aircrafts. The earlier months, we used to even measure our consignments according to the space available in the aircrafts, and speed and agility compromised. We set the limits for the receipt of the goods at the various places that we were receiving. So we were calculating backwards as to how many hours there could be possibility of an excursion. There's a possibility of how our stability studies will probably allow us to get the consignment through. So these were very difficult times earlier on. But at this time, when we are into 2021 and mid 2021, things have improved drastically. I must congratulate the entire team that brought everything right into India. The people at the customs, the warehousing people, the people who transported the consignments from the airport to the warehouse, all of them were really agile in their approach. So I thought this was a time when, like people say that when the going is tough, the tough get going. I thought this was a situation that warranted this sort of an action, and I'm proud to say that we are on the right track. Uh, this pandemic cannot go on forever, but we have learned our lessons. We have learned systems beyond our normal SOPs. We have learned that we can handle any situation, and I thought this was the learning that I had during the last 12, 15 months or so.
Thanks, Ramesh. You rightly put. I mean, everybody involved in the supply chain, value chain came to the support, and pharma industry, which we belong to, particularly was highlighted as a essential service provider, and we were given certain priorities. Even the government was very reactive. Everybody was reactive. Nobody was prepared for such kind of pandemic. But at the end of the day, we were able to manage this. And that is where probably I would like to bring another aspect, probably from a non-pharma background. Sunil, if you don't mind taking up that query, how was it for your industry? I mean, in the last 18 months, if I have to say, how was the landscape changed for air cargo and logistics industry for the industry that you come from, the seed industry? Sunil, you'll need to unmute yourself. Sunil, you're on mute.
Vikram, I look after the fresh division of Namdari Seeds. So for fresh business also, it was very challenging, as I said in my opening remarks. The orders are there, requirement is there, because people have no work. So eating is the best way to kill time. That's what happened all over the world, I think, and it's common with every one of us. So the demand gone up like anything, because the consumption increase. Apart from this, as long as my industry is concerned, as I'm from fruits and vegetables, you see the products from animal origin were unavailable and were not easy to get access. So ultimate pressure came to fruits and vegetable side. And having said this, there was a tremendous problem with logistics or availability of flights. And when the availability of flights somehow managed, the airlines started demanding. Of course, there may be their factors also, but they started demanding freight unbelievable, maybe not even double, more than double, and getting that size, that level of prices, what a very challenging. So one side we have grown up our stuff, other side we have order, but the freight situation has gone so high that it has made literally impractical to operate. Apart from this, the problem with the availability of manpower, bringing them to the plant, getting it packed, and as rightly you said, even airports were also working with limited space, limited people. Apart from this, the certifying agencies had their own problems. So all put together, it was a very big turmoil for all of us. But still now, today, I would say is somewhere when we face the problems, we get a habit of it. We start to live with it. We start to learn to live with it. And now I think it has become a sort of new normal for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting, note to end on, a new normal. I mean, we are still struggling to get, acclimatized to the to the normal around us, and the new normal is, of course, the challenges with it brings on forward with respect to managing a supply chain, and in particular logistics. And with that, probably I would want to pose my second question, and Ashok, if you don't mind taking this up. I mean, we talked about what are the kind of challenges the industry has faced, in the last 18 months. But would you like to share what were the challenges before, as we say, BC, before Corona, and AD, after disease? We have not gone AD till now. But if we have to, just call out a few things that as a service user, what were the challenges you were seeing before Corona, and How do you think these things are going to change now in the current scenario and going forward? Ashok, please.
Thank you, Vikram. Thanks a lot. It's a good afternoon to everyone. I'm Ashok Kumar from Nectar Life Sciences. I'm heading the API export division of the company. Well, coming to your question, Vikram, pre-corona situation in terms of air logistics was, I would say, much easier than it is today. Though it wasn't without any problems. Problems do exist there, but we were managing. Now the problem of visibility was existing there in air logistics, or in terms of entire logistics, whether it's by sea or by air. The problem of visibility was there. But in terms of when after Corona came, it becomes even more pertinent to sort out their problems. We need to bring in more use of technology, information technology into this business. Otherwise, we will continue to face hardships even after the Corona is gone. And but I think, as Umesh said, when it's going tough to it's going becomes tough, the toughest to keep going. So we also sorted out the problem somehow. Technology to be used in such a way that we are able to see what is the movement of our goods. And that has become even more relevant today, when I don't know, when I'm paying 5 to 6 times the normal freight in terms of air cargo. And even then, I don't have the visibility of my cargo. When it is, where is it right now? When it is going to reach the destination? And by when it will reach the godown of my end user? And we are working in most of API companies, we are working on B2B business model, wherein the sooner it reaches the end user, the faster it will reach the consumer, the patient. It's a medicine, and we are working in life-saving drugs. It's very important. Timely delivery is very important. And all these questions do bother us. They used to bother us earlier also, but after Corona has hit us, and it has become even more relevant for us. Vikram.
Thanks, Ashok. That was, quite interesting. Yes, you're right. In the life-saving, industry that we are in, speed and reach is both important. And I think you touched upon a very important aspect of visibility, how we can track our shipments, be more visible, and have transparent, understanding of where our cargo is it safe, is it reaching the right destination or not. And on that note is where I would want to bring in Ravi's view. Ravi, if you don't mind, looking at the next question that I wanted to look at, with respect to higher visibility using a technology. Do you think that is a game changer now, or is it just the buzzword that we are talking about?
No, Vikram, I think it's not only in logistics or pharmaceuticals, but if you look at technology is touching our lives in every span, every moment. If you look at the way we are communicating now, if it would have been a normal course of time before the pandemic, probably we would have been sitting in one conference room, a round table would have been there with about 500 people. So you see the change technology is bringing in, and it's for the good, because if so many people can sit at their comfort of their office or home and then listen to these conferences, listen to these views and opinions, I think technology has penetrated all of our living rooms or bedrooms, wherever you call it, and it's for the good. So I see technology. It's not only in the logistics function, but basically it has been a great enabler for the business to function. So given that, in terms of coming back specifically to logistics, Teva Pharmaceuticals, I am heading logistics for the APAC and China region. And maybe many of the people don't know that Teva, we don't have commercial operations in India. We are an Israeli organization. So when I talk about logistics, it's more of an international operations. We do have manufacturing, clinical research, R&D in India with about 3,000 employees. And predominantly our manufacturing is happening in Europe, which caters to the rest of the world, which is within Europe, USA, and APAC, China, and Japan markets as well. So I take care of both inbound and outbound logistics operations into APAC and China, based out of our Mumbai office. So if you look at how we enabled technology to bring in more visibility of our shipments. When I say visibility, it is not only the whereabouts of the shipments, but most of our shipments are temperature controlled shipments. So we need to have a visibility of the temperature control of the shipments as well. So there are two things which we already started before the pandemic, which actually gave a good boost to our operations, and it became a enabling tool as well for us. We already had set up an control tower for our logistics operations. So this control tower is based in Amsterdam, and all our shipments, whether it is road shipments, ocean shipments, air freight shipments, are monitored through our control center, and every leg of these operations are tracked, and we get the notifications wherever you are there in the world. And once we map these data requirements into the system, then you get the notifications on every step of these shipments, wherever they are, whether it is ocean or air shipments. So that takes care of the visibility part in terms of the whereabouts of the shipment. Simultaneously, we also had a requirement where we need to monitor the temperatures of the shipments. Normally, we use data loggers in every shipment for recording the temperatures. In fact, now we have gone a step ahead, where we are using the real-time data loggers. So real-time data loggers, we used to, speak or see only in the conferences or only in the research papers, but now it is reality, wherein once we put the real-time data loggers into the shipment, then basically we can track the location of the shipment, all the parameters, whether it is humidity, whether it is temperature, or inside the shipment, till the time it reaches the destination. So this implementation of the real-time data loggers helped us in both ways. One, anytime you can log in into your system, put in the data logger code into the portal, you can visually see where the shipment is lying, in which location. And if the shipment is taking a detour from the already set mapping in the system, then we start getting the alerts every 15 minutes. So from the visibility point of view, the location point of view, temperature point of view, you can set the alerts into the system as and when you need, whoever the people are expected to receive these alerts. And this has helped us quite a lot in terms of monitoring the shipments to be delivered to the customers. One. Second, it has even put all our logistics service providers also in a situation where they get the alerts directly from the system in case if there are any temperature excursions. So earlier, what used to happen is, if it is a sea shipment, we used to take out the data loggers from the shipment only after the container used to reach the destination, which is, and only then we realize that there has been a temperature excursion at the origin seaport, which is about 30 days back. So if someone has to investigate what went wrong about 1 month back, and then bring in the data onto the table to investigate and to come to a conclusion whether we are in a position to approve the batch for the market or not, used to take quite a long time. But today we are in a situation wherein the temperature excursion happens at the origin airport, because you are shifting the containers from the road transport to the vessel. During that time, the containers are not plugged in, and hence sometimes the temperature excursions happen. out of the range, which is, let us say the range is 15 to 25 degrees. And when the temperature starts going up from 22 degrees, 23 degrees, 24 degrees onwards, even before it crosses 25 degrees, we start getting the alerts that there is an increase in temperature. So please look into it, what has gone wrong, and if there is any immediate interventions which needs to be done, can be taken up before the temperature has actually crossed 25 degrees. So these alerts are helping us quite a lot in terms of intervention for us personally, and as well as these alerts are even mapped to the service providers email IDs also, so that they get the alerts directly from that particular shipment, so that they can speak to the shipping line or airline or the airport authority and alert them that this is what is an observation what we have seen. If there is something wrong, please intervene and then put the shipment back into the required temperature zone. So I think these kind of technology inventions are already available in the market. It's only up to us in terms of picking up the right solution to address the problem. And then I hope it's a reality that we
Right.
can monitor the shipments sitting in our office real time. So
Right.
it's not expensive even. It has come closer to us. We will have to adopt it. We'll have to map the problems and map it to the
Right.
solutions available.
Great one, Ravi. I think you have really laid down the road that yes, technology is a great enabler, and it is bringing visibility in the right sense at the right cost, where customers can adopt to this technology, and we it will make your shipment safer and give you real time updates to take corrective actions as and when you see the need to do them. And that is where probably Kaushal, I would want to bring you in with your perspective. Is Ravi put a really good picture with which how technology is improving our life when we talk about air cargo monitoring or logistics monitoring, if we have to say. But in your opinion, what other ways are we looking to deliver, B, control, and C, improve? So three aspects of the movement of our logistics. Uh, is it beyond technology, or is it just going to be technology, or we are looking at something much bigger than just technology? Your opinions, Kaushal, on that.
Sure. Vikram, I think the produce industry is probably a lot of learning is required from the Western world. The Western world has not focused on labor intensive crops, but diverted a lot of those crops to countries like India where labor costs are low. But we are having our own challenges. What China was 20 years back, now they can't compete on labor because their labor costs are high. So we have taken up some of those markets, and then I'm sure 20 years down the line we will have that challenge and somebody else will pick it up. So I think it's important for business survival that we keep innovating. For example, if we were harvesting and packing product, let's say 1 ton product across 20 people, now we are trying to achieve it with 10 or less. So a lot of simple changes like produce automation. We try and move products. Sometimes we are handling as much as 100 tons a day, and we would like to make sure that that much of handling is automated as much as possible, so that unnecessary manpower is not used behind such requirements. Beyond that as well, there's a lot of non-palletized handling within the industry. So something on that front can really help the industry overall. Even factory stuffing of units. For example, if we can actually pack the LD3 in our factory, then it's a very smooth movement at the airport. Then we don't have to unload at the airport terminal and reload, but instead we can actually do the factory stuffing as is very common for sea freight for many, many years. So I think these are some of the initiatives that can be facilitated by the regulatory as well as the government authorities. Uh, Within produce itself, a lot of temperature recording is automated already. So at the airport terminal, then also at the importers, clearing agents warehouse, as well as the importers warehouse, everything is seamlessly, the temperatures are relayed with RFID across to terminals or recorders which actually transmit them real time. I think these are some things which our solutions have been available for a long time, but it's important to actually utilize those solutions at the earliest so that we can minimize the amount of people that intervene with the cargo. And anyway, with social distancing and all, that is a norm both in India and outside. I think these initiatives will definitely go a long way in smoothening the business.
Thanks, Kaushal. Yes, you're right. I mean, new initiatives with the new normal that we are living in the world across, with different controls and different geographies having different, requirements. It will become very important that we understand the business in the country that we are going to work with, and how we can further improve, our logistics so that we meet the requirements consistently. And my next question probably will be to Shravan, to you. We are part of the, we have pharmaceutical industry representation over here. We have fresh fruits, fresh articles representation over here. And we all know we've talked a lot about temperature control, and how it can make or break your product. It can spoil your product. In pharma, of course, your product efficacy could be lost if the temperature excursions are there. So that is one pain area we've talked about enough, I think so, and it has been highlighted also by different panel members. But there is another pain area with respect to SLAs for documents and correctness of documents, because we all know the documentation that we receive from our service providers, from our air freight partners, is very important, because that means timely filing of our GST statutory requirements and duty drawbacks and all. So in your opinion, Shravan, I mean, when you look at documentation, what kind of challenges that you think are we going to look at in the new world, with all the distant work from home options, and not everybody traveling around, couriers being limited. So in your opinion, how do you think the documentation challenge is going to reinvent itself, or is it going to get much easier to handle with all the technology?
Yeah, Vikram, I feel like, as of now, compared with, 1 or 2 years back, we have a lot of, changes that we have seen in the current scenario. I feel like there's still a lot of scope for, making e-documentation more of a digitalization is really required, especially in these times, and also for the future, consignments that we handle about. I feel like more of a systems and process should be developed in such a way that no physical documents should be needed to be accompanied with the cargo. And as I mentioned, more of a digitalization should be encouraged. And we should look at delivering the goods to the end customers without any paperwork, or with a minimal paperwork involved into the entire transaction. And there's still a lot of e-freight options to be introduced. Now it's more of a year or so we have got seen to be EDO being issued by the airlines, with the online payments being done by the CHs and by the consignees of the cargoes. And it is just a startup. Though there are concepts like telex BL and all, but most of the consignees doesn't offer it. We still see the traditional way of getting the original BL to be produced to take the delivery orders and all this stuff, which has to be eliminated, is what I feel. And a lot can be introduced by introducing a barcode system to be made mandatory for the cargo movements, which can carry the basic details of the cargo, to make the ease of tracking and tracing, in the event of any loss of cargo kind of things. And we as I mentioned, we see a lot of new systems being introduced by customs, even like e-Sanchit, and paperless assessment and faceless assessment, basically, which is also helping the consignees and the importers and exporters. But we still see, we still depend on a lot of export benefit schemes are still dependent on a lot of paperwork, and instead of which I feel like more of a digitalization should be introduced to avoid such kind of a dependency. on the physical documents as well as on the manpower. Basically, we see a lot of time the right manpower is not available to take the export benefits, and each of the export benefit schemes have its own timelines to to get these export benefit schemes. And introduction of blockchain is one of such great initiatives to address this challenge, Vikram. As soon as less, we should go into that stage wherein blockchain should help us in addressing many of such kind of issues. We still see a lot of ports and in and around the world wherein e-customs is not introduced or developed, and I still see there's a lot of paperwork that is still needed by the custodians to complete the security formalities for the security procedures and all. And finally, I also feel like all these statutory government authorities like EPDs, EPCs, the SEZs, should be made working from e-offices to reduce the dependency on the statutory authorities.
Well, great, Shravan. I mean, you brought about a few interesting aspects where I think it again gets intermingled with technology in terms of how barcoding we can do, and how efficiently we can get the documents moved across the service provider and the customer, and also get shared with the relevant parties, so that there is smooth flow of the document, because that forms an important part of the entire value chain when we talk about logistics or air cargo. And probably that is where I would now want to bring in Sanjay from Intas. Hi, Sanjay.
Hi.
We've talked about temperature excursions. We've talked about documentations. We talked about technology. One aspect is that is very important when we talk about air cargo is the air cargo handling. How do we do the proper handling of the air cargo, the storage, the handling, the practices around it, so your views around what can be done better to improve the product integrity when it comes to handling of the product, and on the tarmac, off the tarmac, when it is waiting to be loaded. Sanjay, your floor.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Vikram. I will start like this. The learning is a continuous process in a life, whether it is your personal life or or it is your career. So while we are talking about the handling of the goods, the first thing I will start with to having a proper SOPs in place. For each and every process, you must have a defined SOP in place. And basis that SOP, this SOP should be designed basis all the odds and events and all issues of what problem phase you have in the past, or what solutions you have obtained or received from your QA or your service providers feedback, all these things. Basis these SOPs, the person should be trained properly for the handling of the cargo. Now, in case we are dealing with the pharmaceutical products, the person must be knowing that the handling the cargo should aware of what kind of product he is handling, whether it is a liquid, whether it's an injectable or a tablet, something like that. So it starts from the warehouse storage location. It comes to the staging area, then there is a packing process is going on for the temperature control cargo or a pelletized cargo. In some of the countries, or even for domestic operations, we have very less options for the pelletized cargo, non-pelletized cargo also. So there should be an SOP. The people should be trained for that SOPs, how to handle the cargo. Then it is coming to the packing issues. The product now it is a temperature controlled cargo. Whether you are using thermal blankets, when you are using the data loggers inside the shippers for the one pallet. So people should be trained for where to the data logger is to be placed in the shipper, or for the pallet that shipper with the data logger should be kept at which location as per the SOP and respective regulatory laws. This should be educated to the people. Along with this, now it is coming to your freight forwarder or freight forwarders. freight forwarder or the airline staff, they also should be trained for the handling of the cargo. See, you rightly says the product is coming on a tarmac or cargo is coming to the tarmac. Now your temperature sensitive cargo, which you have kept from your warehouse to the airport, either below 15 to 25 degree or a 2 to 8 degree temperature, and moment it comes on the tarmac, the temperature will be not less than 45-50 degree in a normal season in our country. Even sometimes these pelletized cargoes are kept just behind the turbines of the of the freighter. So all these things we have to educate to the people. So in INTAS in past, when it was introduction of the environment, this activity was very well taken care by our logistics head. And even I remember that he was remaining present at airport during midnight, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock also, how this cargo is going to be handled. He was guiding all these things, and that was the learning phase for me, me also, as well as our colleagues also. So these all kind of activities that we need to take care by the way of the SOP and learnings only. How we can handle the cargo in a better way. The persons, those who are handling the cargo, should be aware of the weather conditions. While moving the cargo, we should take care of this in this weather condition. What extra precautions we should take? It is also required. So these all precautions and all the practices that we are following in our at our organization. There are frequent training programs nowadays. In this training program, we invite even air service provider staff or their tarmac staff also at our warehouse. We give them understanding what is the product, how it is to be stored, what is 2 to 8 degree marking, 15 to 25 degree product, how they have to handle. Because I am just majorly taking care of the domestic operations for the INTAS, domestic and Nepal. So we don't have that much of airlines facility like freighter, all these things. It generally moves to the passenger cargoes only. So we give all these trainings by inviting the airline people, their warehouse people to our warehouse and educate them. We provide sometimes that temperature, etc. like this in case of there is a delay in flight. So in case there is a scope of temperature excursion, they immediately call us. If required, we call back the consignments, change the packing material, because in domestics we use the coolants, gel packs, all these things. So these kind of precautions that we are taking, and that is required also. Using the temperature gun without opening the thermocol box or shipper, we can measure the temperature inside the box. Even nowadays, there are data loggers with a Bluetooth connectivities, wherein the data logger is kept within inside the carton, and that data logger serial number through a software is connected with your mobile phone. You have to just enter the data logger number. You have to just keep your mobile near the shipper. You will get the temperature details throughout the beginning of the journey up to the end of the journey. So these kind of precautions are required while handling this packing for the cargo. During this pandemic, it was a very difficult time also for getting proper packing material in time, consumable materials also in a time, but it was managed somehow, and that gives the concept a new normal and new normal to normal. Now, if we have to face these situations in a routine activity, then let us have some more SOPs in place, some new practices, more processes in place.
Thanks, Sanjay. Thanks. That was, quite detailed, and you're right. We, with the advent of technology over here also, with smart, data loggers and temperature measurement instrument, we are looking at how we can improve the, safety and efficacy of our product, and also track and monitor it throughout the shipment of the product from factory to the customer. And probably, Umesh, that is where I would want to bring your views also in. I mean, we know, that, pre-corona, we being in the pharmaceutical industry, about, 50 to 60% of our goods were in passenger bellies. Now passenger bellies are not available. The passenger flights are, gone. So in the new world that we are talking about, how do you think the logistics world for pharmaceutical in general and air cargo for different other industries also is going to look like. Your thoughts on that, Umesh?
Vikram, I must tell you that we are in a world which is supply chain driven, and for the next 10 years, we are in the best place of our careers. Never before has supply chain been such an important aspect of a career. There was a decade of manufacturing, there was a decade of marketing, there was a decade of advertising, and I'm saying today that from 2020 to 2030, it's going to be a decade for innovation in supply chain, innovation in logistics, innovation in planning. As a planner yourself, you must realize that planning is going to play a very important role, because without planning, technology and everything else will be a failure if there is not a plan in place and there are not dedicated people in place. People at different sectors, be it at the airports, be it at the warehouses, be it the drivers of the trucks, the entire supply chain has to be trained. So that's what the future is going to be. It's going to be a set of very dedicated people who understand the business, who understand that the future lies in their success. Our consignments, when they reach the warehouse, is sent for testing at the various labs around the country by the regulatory agencies or by the FDA. We must realize that the success of the testing that is being done by the local agencies is dependent on the entire supply chain. So I'm proud to be a part of the supply chain movement, which I say for the next 10 years. Vikram, we're talking of something like 9 billion doses of vaccine to be distributed to vaccinate the entire population of the world. And as of now, people are still getting their first doses and second doses. And imagine next year, there will be another set of first doses and second doses. So the entire movement has to be seamless. New technology will come in. There will be more impetus on the airline industry, on the container, the freight industry, I mean the sea industry as well. But what we must understand, Vikram, is that there has to be a plan forward to understand what volumes we are talking about. We are talking about volumes which are unprecedented, not only in vaccines, but in healthcare, in whatever segment that you take of the healthcare industry. We are talking of things that were unprecedented. So countries should move forward on that front. And we as supply chain professionals should keep harping on the point that, look, we have this next 10 years to look ahead for. And we will be success stories from what we have seen in the last 18 months. And what depends is how our plans are being looked at by governments or by the various agencies and how quick they move. So that's my take today, one has to plan.
You are absolutely right, Umesh, and you've touched a very dear topic to me. I mean pre-corona, or BC, as I like to call it, before corona, supply chain was focused on logistics and procurement, probably. It is only during this last 18 months or so it has come to fore that other functions of supply chain, like inventory management, like warehousing, like capacity planning, and demand and supply planning, are so critical to the entire value chain. Whether it be a pharma value chain, whether it be a fresh fruit or a seed value chain, we have to look at how we are getting the basic raw material, what are the triggers to get those things, and how finally we are converting that in our manufacturing facilities, and then distributing and reaching to the end customer. So the silver lining to me, of course, has been that during this pandemic times, people have understood that supply chain is beyond logistics and beyond procurement. It has other critical functions which support the entire value chain of your organization. And with that, probably I would want to, probably ask Kaushal on this. I mean, we talked about, everything with respect to technology. We talked about how value added different factors are. But in your opinion, and you bring a different industry to perspective, from that aspect, how do you think is collaboration going to play an important role in your commercial terms? We all talked about technology, we all talked about visibility, we talked about transparency. But in the new world where your supply chains are so interdependent globally, in your view, how commercially viable do you think, sorry, how do you think commercially it will be beneficial if we collaborate with our logistics service providers, in particular with air freighters? How do you think it's going to add value to the organization, and where do you think the value will still hidden that we need to tap in?
So just to give you an example, there are certain very sensitive perishable products like cut fruits where we require specific temperatures, even more narrower band than the 2 to 8 degrees Celsius that the airfreight industry is generally driven by. So understanding the product and getting these know-how shared with the forwarders and with the airlines can go a long way in explaining to them as to what the peculiarities of our products are. The other one is also as simple as the monsoon handling. There are certain Tyvek covers which are heat resistant, but also at the same time they protect from water. And I think it should become an industry standard really for all the airlines to use these covers instead of the normal plastic covers. The plastic covers are cheap, not environmentally friendly. At the same time, they are not very effective. They in fact reduce the breathing of the product. So sharing this know-how with forwarders can go a long way. I would even go to the extent of sharing or collaborating with even international agencies. There are phytosanitary certificates that we generate, and those there are e-phyto concepts where everything is digitized, and the shippers as well as the importers are able to upload those documents. So by ensuring that there is a paperless movement of product by collaboration between Indian and international authorities, and then likewise with Indian shippers and other foreign importers, produce handling can really be automated and can really be smoothened quite a lot.
Great points, Kaushal. Again, I mean, I would want to, get other members, perspective as well. But, as always, this is such an in-depth topic, and it's a ocean, so to speak, about air cargo and how technology and, the supply chain challenges around us have made, dealing with air freight forwarders, with all the blank sailing and air freighters getting cancelled. It's become a huge challenge for supply chain professionals across different industry domain. We have a good representation of pharma over here, and fresh fruits and seeds. So with that, I mean, my concluding remarks, sorry, other panel members, we've really run out of time now, and we need to wrap up. So I'm just going to, close this off with the fact that what we are witnessing is unprecedented. In supply chain parlance, if you have to say, it's the black swan event. Terms like ghost flights and blank sailing are something in the logistics industries we were never hearing about. I mean, we as logistics professionals for the last 2 decades or more than that, we've never heard about these terms. But it's become a new norm now, with ships doing port missing some ports, and even with flights just flying empty just to pick up cargo, which ultimately is impacting the reliability of how my supply chain is going to react. And of course, it is all triggering a cost factor also, which ultimately is getting passed on to the end consumer. So we are in a competitive space. We have to remain competitive, agile, and that's the VUCA world in which we live. And with that, I would want to conclude today's session. Thank you again, all my panel members over here, Ashok, Sunil, Shravan, Sanjay, Umesh, and Kaushal. Ravi had to leave. So thank you so much for your insights. I think we are all well versed now with the challenges that the air freight industry has faced and what the new normal will hold for us. Thank you, everyone. Namrata, Sandeep, over to you guys.
Yeah, Vikram, we do have audience questions as well.
Sure.
So we can take audience questions also.
Okay, sure. You have the questions, you can call them out, and probably if one of the panel members wants to volunteer, if it's not specifically directed to one particular panel member.
Yeah, sure. So the question is how to enhance the safety and security of pharma shipments.
Umesh, you want to take that up? Or
yeah, I can answer that. I can answer that. Namrata, the safety of a shipment depends on the person who is actually shipping out the cargo. So over the years, we've seen.
Oops, I think we lost Umesh's connection. Sanjay, why don't you pitch in,
Sure. So when we are looking for the safety of cargo, it has a multiple aspect. One is in terms of the efficacy and the potentiality of the product and the safety of the cargo. Another thing is handling of the cargo. So the person who is dealing with the storage and handling of the cargo, he must be aware of the what precautions are required to maintain the efficacy and the potentiality of the product. That is number one. Number two, while handling the cargo, he has to ensure that the product is not getting damaged. Now, there can be multiple type of damage. One is a hard damage, which is a mishandling of the cargo. For an example, pallet is not handled properly, or it has fallen down from the container, or a forklift, something like that. Or a wet damage is because the loading condition, the pre-weather conditions are not monitored, and the cargo is cargo is loaded under any proper precautions, then the cargo can get wet damage also. Even sometimes there is a failure of the temperature also. So in between there is a breakdown with the reefer when while it is reaching to the destination or a port. So there should be all the online temperature monitoring system, something like that. So this kind of precautions we have to take to avoid any damages or any product quality related issues while handling of the cargo.
Understood. Thanks. Namrata, are there any other questions or?
Yeah, one question is from Raghav Sharma. He's asking how would we provide and design solutions that add value to the pharma shippers?
Okay,
Should
so
I
again,
repeat the question?
Umesh, do you want to take it? We lost you last time, but again, this is related to pharma.
What's the question exactly?
I repeat, how should we provide and design solutions that add value to the pharma shippers?
Namrata, I don't mind taking that. I think we've lost Umesh again. So, I mean, when we talk about... Are you there, Umesh?
Yeah, I'm there, Vikram, and I'm getting in and out because of connectivity issues. But the packaging is what is important of your shipment. The use of robust packing materials, the use of angle boards, the use of the right packing for the right product is what is important. And I think that goes a long way, ensuring that your product goes with minimal damage or without damage. So that's what I would say. So the pharma industry must.
So we're losing Umesh, I guess. And, further to add to that, Namrata, I mean, in terms of innovation, we are also looking at, how we can design our pallets so that we can maximize, the container or the environmental space. Wherever double stacking is available, so we do double stacking, and look at environment friendly pallets also, which can be which can be recycled. So all these aspects can be involved in how we can innovate in pharma packaging.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Vikram, there are no more audience questions.
Okay. So thank you again to all my panel members, Ashok, Sunil, thank you for being here, Kaushal, Sanjay and Umesh as well. It was great to have you all. Over to you guys, Namrata.
At the last, Vikram, we want to have a screenshot of a smiling picture. So
you can give a thumbs up if you want. Yes.
Thank you.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Thank you all the leaders for adding value to this forum with your insightful discussion. Now, we have the third panel for the day, and the topic is propelling air cargo to the next level in the digital age. Today, 150 plus EXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Shashi Ranjan from Tata Motors, Pramod Sant from Siemens, Rajesh Kumar Sharma from BMW, Navratan Kataria from NASCOM COE, and Ashutosh Srivastava from Munjal Shubha. Now I request the moderator, Mr. Pramod, to start the panel discussion.
Thank you, Namrata. Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah, Pramod, you are audible.
Yeah. So nice to have such a experienced panel from industry, and a very important topic in today's time on air cargo. So what we will have is the really how to take the air cargo to the next level. So I will start with few comments. If you look at really when the air cargo started, I just look back really a very interesting year that it started. The first air cargo shipment was handled in the 1910, and it was a silk material in USA, which was taken by around 65 miles, around 105 kilometers by that time what you called as the flight, which is the right model by B. So from that time to now, the air cargo has drastically changed. From that one consignment of 200 pounds of silk, today the global international trade, 35% of the value is with air cargo. Even though what volume wise it is 1%, but value wise it is 35%, and it is gaining the importance in today's e-commerce world every day. All the technological changes, which are basically advanced products, advanced product, technological products, and pharmaceutical, every cargo is moving by air cargo, and people are depending on more and more on the reliability of air cargo, its transparency, which is available today, and safety and reaching and reliability. So if you look at, I also have one more detail to share, which is a WTO report. In WTO report, the air freight particularly and trade facilitation has got much more importance, because to improve the trade facilitation, air freight has played a really vital role. It has got a economic impact, and what economic impact we talk, they say that as per WTO, if there is a 1% increase in the air cargo connectivity, it is associated with 6.3% increase of import and exports. So you can imagine the small increase into connectivity, how it is going to change the situation. So economic impact of air freight is very high. Then the value added, if you look at today in globalization world, we have the global value chain, and global value chain is the case where many material is produced, imported from various countries, and finally you make the product. So there the global value chain are depending on air freight, which is the most important thing. Then third is the basically the measuring efficiency and e-cargo, where there is a you have safety. So all these things of air freight are very important for the trade facilitation. And as we go ahead, we will also have more details. But most important thing is that our panel members, I request the each panel member to really share his experience initially, how is their industry is related with air freight. And so I will first start with Shashi. Shashi, if you could tell your experience from Tata Motors, that how it is important air freight, and how are you dealing with this topic? Yeah. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Sansa. So yeah, for me, just a small background. So I'm Sashi Ranjan. Earlier, I was with Larsen and Toubro. At that time, initially, I started with import export, and then moved on subsequently to Tata Motors. But yes, currently I'm looking after the logistics purchase activity, which also includes transportation and warehousing. But import export has always been my favorite subject because that's the time when I started my career. So I used to import machineries from China and Germany in my initial days of my career. That is the time when I developed some interest in this area, because as you rightly said, it has gone ages now, and when we started. So I still remember, one of the biggest moments which was there was one of the cars which we imported for, Mr. Tata himself, and he came to the, to the airport and to take the delivery. So that was the biggest moment of one of the incidents which I always recollect when I used to handle the operations in and out. And currently today I'm looking after the pricing of the whole activity, and finding the industry has drastically changed. It is not like the earlier days at all. And since we go with the discussion, there will be a lot of various activities we would like to share. So I will pass on to the other members to give their introduction.
Yeah. So uh, yeah, thank you, Shashi. Probably I will request Ashutosh to take over and maybe brief us how is his experience in Munjal Showa about air freight, and how are their dependency on air freight.
Good evening, Professor Sun, Dr. Sun, and everybody. I'm from Munjal Showa, Ashutosh, and as everybody must be aware, Munjal Showa is basically into manufacturing of shock absorbers. We are Hero Group, and we have a collaboration with Showa of Japan. They are our technical partners. In shock absorber industry, the dependence on Japan, Thai, China, and Spain. These are the four major countries from where we are importing our child parts. And that too, we can say in different segments like sintered parts, shocker oil, some tubular components also, and rubber. So these are the basic those components which for which technology is not available in India, and that's why we have to import from Japan. As far as this air cargo and shipment is concerned, it is really a very high cost, though no one can beat the speed of the air, but cost is a factor which is making us move towards ship by sea. And in sea shipments nowadays, because of this COVID and other things, we are finding a lot of difficulties in air, because everybody is trying to get the material fast, because inventories whatever we had have gone has been depleted, and we are not getting the space in the air. We have to book 2 months advance if we have to get something. And in I give you a very recent example. In the month of December, it was all production were down, and suddenly Honda car increased the production of some export model, and we had to get springs from Japan to Thai, and then Thai to India. So this was the mode of transportation at that time, and we paid for those 3,000 brings around 40 lakhs rupees as a freight. So air freight is fast, but it is pretty expensive. So as far as challenges are concerned, if we can avoid air freight, that is one. Secondly, the big challenge I found the why air freights have gone up during my past experience, which says the fuel is the basic factor which is giving cost to it. Because in every operation around in airline sector, around 22 to 25% is the fuel which is giving the operations cost. So if we have to look into the fuel margins and how we can cut down the fuel cost, that is one we have to look. Second challenge we had with us in our Munjal Shova about the inventories. Because when we operate from Japan, we work on N minus, earlier we were working on N minus 2 months. Now we are working on N minus 4 because Japan itself is not ready with the child parts so that because shipment time is around 45 days to 2 months from Japan here we get, and from Thai and China it is around a month we get the material here in normal circumstances. But inventories are going up, and in this COVID period last year, we had a lot of shipments which were coming by sea because we were keeping some inventory with us. And when during Diwali period, hero production went up, we had to get some castings from China by air to meet the requirement in Indian market. So that again was a cost. This is a challenge as a supply chain I felt here. Coming to other things, when we go for a shipment, recently we are buying some castings from China, though we are trying to go developing our all old components in India in the context of our PM Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now we have made a plan from global to local now, though it will take some 2-3 years time because we need approval of our collaborator, approval of OEMs everywhere. So it takes time, but we have started the process. And I feel in coming days time, if we shift our perspective from cost term to this localization, our cost will also come down. We can manage our inventories also, and challenges depending on air, it will reduce. That's what I felt. It was a very challenging to get by air because of the cost. We have to take special approvals from the management, and customer doesn't pay for it. So it is a cost that is the part. So I feel it is quite challenging from air to localization. That is a big part we are looking for.
Thank you, Ashutosh. I think you have touched upon the two important challenges which are there. One is availability of space or time taken, and the cost. So I think I will come back on all these challenges. But meanwhile, Rajesh, I wanted you to take and brief about how is in BMW. Now we have the three people who are related with automobile in this panel, which is very interesting. So let's see how was the situation of air freight with regard to the BMW. Yeah, Rajesh.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Sant. I would like to say that the situation of air cargo in last months or last year has been very challenging. So nobody was knowing that this department who handles those kind of things were so important in past than this challenging times. This is the one thing that people also know now, that earlier things were coming by sea normal and it's fine, but air team was not given as a preference, and now at least most of the things were moving by air. Another perspective or challenges what I see is the people are not able to predict. You cannot predict if you have demand, there is a problem of supply, and if you have supply, then you don't have space because the dealerships are closed or you cannot move forward. So you have containers you cannot move, and whenever there is a problem that you need to move something by air, the biggest problem what I see in the air freight is the capacity. So capacity of availability of capacity for moving bigger parts and complicated parts is a problem. And if you need temperature controls or some things, I was hearing pharma industry, then it is a bigger problem. Whatever things we could manage earlier in weeks or in few days or hours, that becomes like weeks of challenge. uh, Apart from capacity as a shortage, what I also see that the flexibility of the airliners or the freight forwarders also was tested to the highest. Because if you move any part from US or Europe, it has to come in to Middle East, and then you whether you are able to connect them. So connectivity and flexibility of resources, and one day you have one country has the flights are running and next day it is not running. So whether the flight will land or not land, it was kind of a so prediction was not working at all, and the capacity, the flexibility, those kind of problems were bigger concern. And when passenger flights are not running, which gives a flexibility to the industry, then there is also a challenge to the airline or air cargo industry, that they also have challenges of resources. Then it becomes a bigger challenge. But as I see that there is always light at the end of the tunnel, and things are becoming whatever was not normal 18 months before, that is becoming a new normal. And then maybe we will come back to that new normal, as the definition may change. It is a normal thing in coming days. So I would say that the challenges are not yet over, but a lot of innovation has happened during this time, so that people are able to plan things in advance. And Indian automotive industry, sometimes long term forecasting is not there, which now people are moving in this direction. Over to you, Mr. Sant.
Yeah, thank you, Rajesh. You have very well mentioned that yes, the air people have got now importance, because maybe most of your cargo was coming by sea, so air challenges were not known, and then you hear that there is a capacity problem or many things which is happening, which has definitely attracted the your other team that yes, this is also important job. Very nice to hear that. For that, I am actually different. We are a air. Our majority material imported come by air. To that extent that I just show you statistic, roughly we get 35,000 air shipments in annum, and close to around 8,000 to 9,000 ton material we get. So we are at generally Mumbai International Airport, we are either number one or number two. Sometimes Reliance will get some huge chartered flights and then they will be number one, but we are consistently number two or one in last 10 years. So anything into air, I mean, for us, the sea is like how you see that, okay, now people want to move to sea also to save the cost. We heard Ashutosh telling that. So we are encountering other type of problems in Siemens. Yeah. So now I come to Navratan, you are from really different industry, NASCOM, and your experience about air freight or your views about air freight will be very interesting as a different type of industry. So maybe we really look forward. What are your views on air freight industry and how NASCOM and air freight and your members, how are they related?
Yeah, so there have been challenges. Good that we have three automobile companies, and now while the automobile sector is not doing very well financially because of the COVID situation, we are now being forced to airlift a lot of parts. So this is a big conflict of economics coming over there. But it is written on the wall that we have to have backup plans, and the backup plans in any industry require you to probably spend more money on air cargo. Now, what we try to do is, you are experts into what you need. We are bringing the digital innovation part into it. And gone are those days when human mind could decide about the flow or the path or the policies or the availability of transport aeroplanes. Today, if we can have machine helping decision making based on volumes of cargo to be lifted and availability and the upstream and downstream, if you're saying 35,000, this is almost impossible for a single supply chain man expert, irrespective of the experience that person has, to actually take decisions which are quick, more effective cost wise. And in terms of, if you talk about cost of inventory, you said -4 months. Now, Japan was famous for just in time kind of thing. Now, if you're talking -4, it's so much of a drastic difference that air cargo situations have brought in requirement of innovation. And what we are looking for is, we need to hear from you what are the traditional challenges where the gaps are still unfulfilled. And the other part is, while we know that there are a good number of startups who have got very well funded, who are into the logistics area, but what we are not able to get is the very recent post-COVID situation challenges and the demands of the industry. And we should also understand the fact that over now, we have all understood that passenger traffic probably may reduce over a period of time, because we all learned how to work from home and not being able to fly to some place just to meet face to face. So there's a possibility that the air industry will push more of efforts to increase the air cargo. So obviously, with the volumes increasing, the prices hopefully should come down, and that also throws a large number of industry requirements. And very surprising to us, we've been asked by questions like, can we have regulatory systems change where aeroplanes can be due more passenger come cargo? You can shift the construction internally, that it can, depending on the on the requirement, move from cargo to passenger and vice versa. These are very strange things, never ever happened earlier. So innovations can come from traditional supply chain to a lot of designs in the cargo industry to hand holding. And we have been seeing worker safety, for example. Very traditionally, workers have been ignored in factories. Today, workers are considered workers either on the farm or in the industry. But what happens is ignored area is the logistics area. And though there's a lot of mechanization which happens, but to control workers in that area is another challenge. So what we are looking for is how digital innovators who are experts in IoT, the AI, the machine learning, the robotics, all these can help your air cargo industry to move to the demand of the day.
Thank you. I think you have brought some really new perspective. Yes, we heard into new normal. Lot many airline in their passenger aircraft, they brought the material, and we saw a lot of photographs also like that, how they are trying to utilize that. But of course, finally, again, it really came that no, how to load the material, only some type of material can be brought. There is a process to put material into the belly, which it cannot be used in when you put it on the top. Many interesting things have come, but I will come back to you on digitization and the airline, this thing, very vital point, and I have my own study on that, so I will come back to you that. But I have one question to all the panel members. Again, we will follow the same sequence. See, air freight, by getting some material by air freight, do you feel that your customer is happy, you are able to buy his delight, or he is happy when you meet his requirement? Is there anything which you can mention, something that, oh, your customer are very happy that you are getting material by air and very timely, efficiently, predictability, reliability is good, and they give you something? I found Ashutosh that you don't get this money from customer. So I wanted, Shashi, your view on that.
Yeah, so see, air for us is not a new thing. So yeah, air, it's not like that we sometimes bring it air. So air is a common, we run the annual rate contracts for that. So it's not nothing new. And when it comes to, even for the smaller shipments, if you are bringing through LCL, we sometimes find bringing it in air is also cheaper rather than, bringing in sea. So that's another perspective about air and sea. And the most important factor is what you actually touched upon. Ultimately, what are we doing? We are actually manufacturing vehicles for the delight of the customers. So that's the perspective about, about getting the logistics done. So if we are having a VOR, like a vehicle off-road condition, and we cannot rely upon getting a material by sea at that time. So the best thing is to do is to bring the material through an air and provide it to the customer so that your fill rate goes up. Now, when you have a situation of production line stoppages in your plants, so at that point of time, nobody thinks about sea freight cost or air freight cost, at least for in our area. It's a kind of the customer's first perspective. So if there is, we have also brought batteries in air just to support the production of the EVs. So for us, yes, the customer delights comes first rather than the cost, of course. And secondly, the air freight, I would say it, little differently, that it is also a savior sometimes, because that in sea shipments, especially after the last couple of years, which we are finding is very difficult when it comes to ocean. Air has been a savior in terms of production challenges, which I think Asutosh ji touched upon, that he has find it difficult to bring the castings and he has to airlift that. Yes, that's actually what is happening from the last 2 years. We are finding that sea freights, actually not only sea freight, the biggest problem is the capacity at this point of time. So yes, if you ask me, then for customers' delight, of course, in vehicle off-road conditions, when production line stoppages, or an urgent testing, in also, like if we have to send some vehicles or some parts for urgent testing in Europe or something. So at that point of time, also we consider air freight, earlier than the sea freight in terms of getting the TAT reduced.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is the most important. You have very clearly explained what are we doing. We are doing it for customers. One, we have some customers which are outside the company, and you have some production line which is your internal customer, which has to run. And for that, the air freight is really the savior. Yeah, Ashutosh, you want to add anything into about customer delight point, or you are clear about what you have mentioned? Because see, there may be some situation that you brought something by air and then customers were really happy. Something like that is happening.
Yes, I have few examples to share with you. Customer delight is number one. That is our motto. We can't say no, and that is for sure to bring customer, be it Honda car, be it Hero, be it HMSI, any customer of Maruti. Whenever we feel short, we anticipate or envisage if we are going to get a shortage of material, we airlift it. And we tell them after feeding their material, yes, we have brought this by air. And if this is the expense, if we try to get it, but sometimes we get, sometimes we don't get. So customer delight is one, that is I want to reiterate. Yes, it gives us it brings satisfaction in them, and then customer when feels happy, they bring more business to us. That is one thing. Secondly, I give you in this customer delight a very recent example now. Honda car is rolling out a new car for export in the Turkey. So it is a Turkey model. For this, we are getting three parts from Thai. So they shipped the material. We ordered them in March. They shipped the material on 19th May, and unfortunately, the ship got stuck at Malaysia because of this COVID situation. 15 days it was there. Now it moved from there on 11th, and we are expecting to reach Pipao port by 20th. So I had a discussion with them today, and they are asking me, sir, you will get material by 30th. I agree, but still they have requested to get some thousand numbers by air.
Yeah.
So I'm trying as a contingency by air, so that if ship, because there is one more problem which has come today, is ship has moved. Whether our container is loaded in that ship or not, that is still a question mark. That question Honda put before me. Yes, I thought because tracking is showing a container is in the ship, but physically when it comes, then we will come to know. So we are taking a timely action. We have at least 10 days time. We are arranging some material to that is the customer delight. That gives more clarity and that brings business to us. That's why industry moves.
Yeah, you mentioned very one important point, that see, contingency so is also one thing, that okay, you get let's say 9,000 part by sea, but 1,000 you can get by air to ensure that you will meet that customer urgency and you will not have a shortfall or production. So this is very important, that such things can be arranged, which could be really vital when you plan this. So Rajesh, what about you regarding customer delight when it comes to BMW? I'm quite sure customer, when he buys the BMW, he's already delighted. Yeah. So how much?
I want to add one more perspective. For us, it is very easy to decide on business case. So we don't decide on that we need to if part is not available, we get it by air. So everything has a business case. So if customer also needs something important, if it is not BOR, as Sashi said, so then we calculate the opportunity cost. If we spend something by air, it is 10 times more. Then this is all about a business case behind it. So I would also suggest that it should be a business case driven, and as Mr. Asutosh also said, it should be more about contingency and having a plan B in hand, not to spend maybe 10x rather than spending 1x and then having a contingency and time to react in a exceptional situation.
Okay, thank you. That is a really nice that yes, everything has to make a business sense also at the so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Otherwise the cost doesn't come to neither to the supplier or to the customer. It goes to
airline.
in the air.
Yeah. So of course, Navratna, I will not ask you this question, but I have one question which is regarding the digitalization about in the airline industry. We have whether it is moving. See, we are talking about paperless now. We are talking about paperless and all digital data transmission, transparency. I'm going to ask this question to you first and then other people. But before that, I wanted to give some statistics also very important to you. We are getting a cargo through flights, and flight are also using the passengers. And in passenger, in same flight, when you have a combi flight, you are having passengers on top and cargo in a belly. It is coming. But look at the treatment which is given to cargo and look at the treatment given to passengers. So let us say you were having paper tickets in past. The paper tickets got closed in 2008. Yeah, and we are having all e-tickets now. Actually they are also gone to the QR codes. Yeah, so you don't need an e-ticket. Actually you have a QR code which you can use as a ticket. What happened to the airline? We still have a airway bill. Yeah, we still have a airway bill which is in paper form. I will come to the digitization or e-airway bill. So if you look at the date, e-airway bill was introduced in 1997, and today we are 23 years past. What is the penetration of e-airway bill across the globe? Is just 72%, only 72%. And we are excluding the categories or some countries where e-airway bill is not at all possible. So some of the African countries, something we have removed that. Where legally e-airway bill can be done, only 72% is the ratio. And in that airway bill, the volumes have dropped. See, we are talking that in COVID, the thing should be more digital. But in last 3 months, e-way bill penetration has dropped from 74 to 72% in February 21. Volumes have dropped from 75 to 72 in COVID situation. Yeah. Of course, in that we have another statistics, the country-wise. So India ranks at 7th rank across the globe to have airway bill penetration of 72%. Top 10 airports in world e-penetration, no, none of the Indian airports appear. Mumbai International Airport comes at the name of number 16 with a implementation of 80%, which was in November 20, but dropped to February 21 to 65%. The Delhi International is at 24 number, then Bangalore International is at 29, Chennai at 30. This is a airway bill penetration as far as digitization in air freight is concerned. Now come back to the passenger ticket booking. You know, you can book it on GDS, your online platform. You are able to select a seat. You are able to compare 10 fares, 10 airlines. You are able to compare the timing of going. You are able to compare the routes. You are able to consider the where you can take a gap into this thing. In case of air freight, still you have to go to forwarder, ask him for a rate or some online, but which is still not matured. And third is a transparency in rate and capacity. You know, when you try to book passenger ticket, you know how many tickets are balanced, how which seat you can get, which you cannot get. But here you have absolutely black box. Still many times if you are having contracts, still you will ask the rates for on email, or you will do this thing. Forwarder will not tell your cargo. And very important point, same like container, you are not sure whether your cargo is airlifted or not. When the flight will leave, you will come to know only when it lands. So you look at the difference in air freight and you still feel that the air freight is digitized, and we are talking about paperless and so many things which are in NASSCOM's area. Do you feel that air freight has come? if you take the graph of technology advances and air freight industry advances in air freight industry, you will find a wide gap. So maybe you can throw some light on this, and maybe say me what are the experience of other people about paperless, e-way bill, getting rates. Yeah, over to you, Navratna.
So as I understand, e-way bill is a very important piece of paper, and there are 30 types of documents which actually, I'm told 124 copies of papers have to move along with air cargo shipment. That's like ridiculous, frankly speaking, if we talk about it today, as you rightly compared with the passenger traffic. And you rightly said that it's been an ignorance on the value of air cargo. You dump everything in the belly, but you treat royally the passengers. That has been a fact of life. And I think there's a vested interest among the traditional agents into the logistics systems as well. If you look at what transparency brought in for passengers, there's a lot of competition and a lot of consumer delight because of the transparency. Today, purposely, the transparency has been blocked into the cargo industry. And this time has come that people will push transparency. And I think one of the ways that has been brought in is, how do you rely on the piece of document or the information? I think blockchains are already into the game. Blockchain will make it more comfortable for anybody. See, the passenger was one seat. Air cargo has different type of sizes, volume, perishable, non-perishable, variety of other parameters which have to come in. And that's not, frankly, easy. And that's why that agent of yours was playing havoc with you in terms of availability, whether the price is good, and the variation in the price is sometimes so shocking to you that you can't even go to your management and say, look, what I got the quote yesterday is no more valid and it's 2 times today. These kind of things will have to be improvised because that's the demand of the industry. The demand of the consumer is the king's demand. If the agents and if the system doesn't improve by itself, it will be forced to improve. And today, not that we will rely on the IBMs and the Microsofts and the Googles of the world to solve this. It will be the startups of the world who will solve this, because you know where the pain is. You will say, this is my challenge. Give me the solution. If you go to say an IBM or Microsoft, they will say, we know what your domain requires and we will solve a problem for you. So this is as good as you go and buy a shirt and you say, look, with blue shirt, I want red button for some reason. IBM will not give you that red button. A startup will give you red button quickly, more cost effective, and the way that you like it. So this is the reason what we feel that it is very important that the startups get a path into the, I'll give you the challenge. The challenge is the logistic people are already sort of bogged down by the challenges COVID has thrown. While they are aware of that digital movement has to come in, they're still not sure whether we sort of move quickly into the digital world, or we try it, or we will like to see whether my neighbor or my competitor has done it, and if he is very happy with it, I will also follow it. In innovation world, it is always the first mover's advantage. If it is very competitive industry, we look at what can be done quickly, what can be customized to your requirement. If you are saying a very simple problem that you do not even know whether the container was onboarded onto the ship, that's something which we would probably want to accept probably 10 years back. Today, with a simple IoT device, that should never be the case. You should never worry about where on ship. In fact, today we are talking about communication being a challenge in a ship. How can we still locate the temperature, the humidity or inside the container, not only the location, but we have to also measure these parts, and where we can actually predict how the ship will move or how the cargo will move. You can plan your production based on that. And that will be dependent on how you can ask your problem. How can a startup come to you and say, look, I am not an expert on logistics, but I am expert on the technology that I can bring. If you and the technology experts can sit together and solve these problems, this is what we do. We are called tryst. We get these two people getting married. The resultant is a good kid, if I can say it.
Thank you. See, if you look at what you say and what is reality also is very interesting. If you see now number of startups in logistics area in last couple of years, it's a phenomenal number of logistics startups which have come in India, people I saw or people I met. I think this is a really good chance. And what you mentioned is very right. The things which can be done by hungry people who want to provide a solution, and they have nothing to lose. They are the one who will give the results. Maybe big companies may take more time, or they may not do, or they may be very expensive. All the three possibilities exist. So, Shashi, you feel as a every day to day you have air freight needs to be more digitized, to more have data, more details. Uh, Anything specific comment you want to make on this?
Yeah, actually, Sansa, the couple of points which you raised was actually a matter of concern, to be honest. First thing is, I will start with the paperless thing which you first spoke about. When the time I used to do operations, I used to find a lot of bills coming with lot of attachments, airway bill, and all those stuff. So many things. But now we are finding with with COVID coming in, and we have all automatically moved into that paperless arena, and people are wanting not to have more papers and trying to get it all scanned and something like that. So moving to the next one, you compared the transparency factor, which is actually the pain point today. We just have to rely upon the freight forwarders for getting the quotes. As you rightly said, the cost has gone haywire. Let's say if we are importing something now from China at X rates, now it has 2x or 3x. So the situations has become more and more costlier. Every time we import, we are finding it difficult to justify going back to the management and saying the prices has gone up. There is no transparent system as of now, because you ultimately have to rely upon the freight forwarders, as you said, to justify that the contracts are also not long lasting nowadays, because we earlier time we used to have a very good negotiation done in the beginning of the year and enjoy the rest of the year, working at that cost. But that liberty has gone now. Every now and then, whenever you have an RFQ, you will have to justify that cost by going through RFQ process every time. So digitization is very much required. Transparency is very much required in this whole area of logistics. Uh, with respect to that, the concern doesn't end there. Actually, it starts from the picking of the shipment, and it also ends at the time the material inside our plant, right? So today, what is happening is the ice gate system, for example, the customs ice gate system is getting linked with the airwaybill IGM, and then they are making a linkage to that and kind of establishing a system out of there. Uh, the problem is that there is no origin to origin correct. Sorry, origin to destination correct. The customs, once it has been examined by ex customs in Europe or something in China, it has to definitely come to Indian customs and on the same platform. It should not be that we are getting it linked with the airway bill, or linkage of two systems, and then the CHA bill of entry coming into picture. So there has to be one single platform which will give the end-to-end visibility. The tracking, again, if you have whatever good systems you establish, it should not be an entry wala system, because if the person is again going to do manual entry in your system, so then that system is not robust enough to call it as a digitalized system. It has to be something like an RFID or something which will give you real-time location, real-time information. So I think the industry has to evolve a lot. What we are today doing is again the old days methodology only. Of course, we have improved from the older times, which I remember doing 10 years before. We are improved, but again the expectation with this industry is much high, and to be honest, we are not finding that speed to be going too fast, because with the COVID coming in, the last 2 years I feel has gone, and there has been no development as such, other than firefighting and getting the cargoes and getting your space done. So this is what I feel.
Yes, Shashi, thanks. So you have raised one more point about customs. So I will come to Ashutosh. See, air freight and customs. Why you are getting material by air freight, because you want it very fast, and after it lands here, you have to get it custom cleared. So what your feel about whether the custom understand the urgency of air freight, whether the systems are much better, or there are a lot of improvements are happening. Definitely our rank in trading across border has gone up from 146 to 68. definitely. So that means there is improvement. So but what is on ground reality on customs front when you get air freight? What are all challenge you face, or what do you expect, Ashutosh?
Sansa, what question you have asked is very pertinent to the today's discussion. Customs, I want to be removed. Truly speaking, don't take it. One should not take it otherwise. It is a barrier because they don't understand my urgency. We have brought material by air. It is lying in customs for 2 days just for inspection. They will do the flight inspection, then they will bring to the warehouse, then they will check it. We have to keep reminding them, put our person there, this is urgent material, we have to run the show, and they don't understand. So that is one thing I feel it is a barrier as of now. We should try to see how we can improve it. Once it has been custom cleared at China, and what Shashi is saying, China and other countries from where it has come to India, it should be on the same wavelength. If at one place custom has cleared it, it should get automatically cleared immediately in India also. That type of transparency should be there. That is one thing, and I feel a custom clearance needs some improvement because it takes hell of a time. And through recently we imported shocker oil. We use normally get shocker oil, and February consignment they took for examination, and they are saying if this shocker oil has got some petrochemical use which you can use somewhere in our machines other than shocker. So from Feb till now, they are taken the sample and sent to their labs for checking it. So now 100 barrels are stuck at customs, and we are struggling here how to run the show. Another batch in May, they have again taken it. Then we wrote to the yes, if you are not giving me the clearance, I am going to the higher ups and put up the ministry name. Then next day we got a clearance. Yes, this material is okay, so you can move it. And they make a new bill of entry, and we got the material in the plant. So this type of examinations when taking a lot of time. Material is not received because they don't have any system of part relieving. If I have got one container, I want one item urgently, they will not release. They will release a complete container. So if they have this facility, they can give me some part consignment so that we can run the show. That itself is the part, but that is not happening. So digitalization is true, it's good, but this type of flexibility at customs we require to run the show.
Yeah, sure. So I will come back to you with two solutions which are there, which could be helpful. But I agree that there needs to be a basic change into the whole process so that it is cleared in hours actually. Because I remember it is still a 3 or 4 years back story when I went to Korea. I visited Korea Customs Training Center, our company, and I was having, and it was on customs. So I was having nice presentation that we clear all this 35,000 consignment in 1.1 day average, etc. And then they say, okay, in Korea, we clear the consignment. If it is urgent, we clear it in 2.5 or 3 hours. But otherwise, we take some 5 to 6 hours. So I have to keep all my presentation in bag only actually. But this is the truth that there is need. So I will come back to now, Rajesh. Do you feel that because of COVID situation, uh, the digitization or paperless has really made the difference? Any point on that? I don't see Rajesh there. I don't know whether he got disconnected or, but I don't see. Namrata, you are able to see Rajesh?
No, he's not there.
He's not there. Okay, so then I will mark that maybe if he comes back, we'll see that. So I just wanted to give Ashutosh one point. There are two ways which has happening. One is that if you are as a authorized economic operator, so, approval from customs, and particularly at a tier 2 level or something, then virtually your 80% consignment will not get checked. And if you are tier 3 AEO, then I can say you 90% consignment will not get checked. So it's very vital. And why we are able to clear this so fast, because we are AEO. That is number one. And becoming AEO for all compliant companies is not a big issue. It will take some time, but you can do that, and your cargo will not get examined to greatest extent. That is still possible. The second part is the what we have found, or you mentioned the point that yes, material has come, and the statistics very clearly shows the air cargo in air freight is 90% on the ground in the entire supply chain. So if you are having 2 days as a time, then 90% of that the cargo is remaining there, and only in 10% time it is in air. This is how the situation. So what is happening that you need a very good collaboration between your airline forwarder, then at airport handling agency, custom broker, and you. It's very vital chain, and which should make the things little better. That yes, there is a possibility that if you are AEO, then the handling agency at airport will allocate you some space so that your cargo is much faster done. Or also it was mentioned that yes, there are amendments happening, so you don't have that traceability, that at airport flight has come, if freighter comes, then you have a high tonnage, then whether it got segregated on time, when it got forwarded to the location, what time the IGM and everything is filed. So what we have done digitally, which is a very unique example in India, we are aware that the Mumbai International Airport and the Mumbai International has got system called GMAX, which is developed by Kale Logistics, and there is a ice gate. So Mumbai International Airport through GMAX system is connected with ice gate of custom system, and you have every record that what time exactly flight landed, what time segregation started, what time packages were checked, they were found okay, what time the packages were moved to the location, what time you have bill of entry got filed, what time you are able to do this. All data is available into the system of GMAX. So what we did is that we hooked on to this GMAX system during the COVID period. Only so something in COVID period digitization, we found that this is required, because there was always a flood of cargo or less people, cargo was not traceable. So we did this connectivity. So every 4 hours we get direct input from GMAX system to our system, and we come to know, okay, flight has landed, and I don't have to call a custom broker or forwarder, because I know my airway bill number. I just check up, I come to know that yes, it has landed in 1:10 in night, it has landed at 8 o'clock in evening. Then whether it got segregated. See, many times, as we mentioned, that the intermediaries, so you don't have to depend on custom broker. He will not, if he is not telling you whether cargo has received, not received, available, not available, you are able to see that to that extent that when it is loaded on truck of Mumbai International Airport, you are able to get timing and the truck number also. So this type of digitization end to end will help, but it requires a lot of collaboration and the clarity, because as we are all talking, for getting the material by airline, we are spending huge money, and if we don't get that one day, or if it's going to take a lot of time, then we have a challenge. So this is one of the example I just thought it will be possible, and a lot of community systems are getting developed. Like Mumbai Airport has got a GMAX, so similar Delhi Airport has got some other system, but there are global. And finally, what Shashi you mentioned and Ashutosh also mentioned, when it is leaving, so connect between government to government connect. I think that is the most vital. That whatever is filed in the USA, it is available to my custom, and my customs look at it, and he is a good party from USA. In India, it is a reputed party. They don't have to do anything. I think this is the future, but I think we will have to wait for that, and such more discussions and more stakeholders pressure, I think, will bring on that. With this point, I have one more question about really the policies. If you look at air freight, to that extent, the ministry, civil aviation ministry is there, and there was working group which was there who made the air cargo logistic group, They made a first report in 2012. And then last year, not last year, in January 19, there is a national air cargo policy was released by Honorable Civil Aviation and Ministry of Commerce Suresh Prabhu. And it came with that, at least there is a national policy. And do you feel that there is a need of more clarity on the policy, or the policy should be made? Now, one step is that you have airports which are privatized, majority of them on which we depend on. So do you feel that any policy matter will help into air freight to promote this, or make it simple, or make it a little better? Maybe Navratna Weekly, we can start with you.
Yes. So, I'll go back to this customs issue. One of the problems is this examination, physical examination by the so-called the king of the customs there. What we've been suggesting is that if you can leave this non-subjective, which means that traditionally they've been saying, oh, let's put CCTV, so there's no hanky-panky going in that warehouse that you're examining. But who has the time to go through millions of minutes of video recording if there's a problem or some complaint happens? Today we have cameras which can identify. You say in the airway bill that it's a compressor for a refrigerator. I'm just giving an example. A library of things right in the CCTV sitting over there can identify whether it's exactly the same thing that you ordered as on what you had forecasted or what you had declared, and can it compare directly with it? It can actually even count the number of pallets, count the number of the SKUs over there. If we can have and let me tell you very honestly, if you look at the cost involved into just this, what we call as a computer vision based analytics or counting or checking whether it's the same component that you ordered, this costs peanuts. If you're talking about a transport budget of yours, which is probably 10 crores in a year, the whole industry in Mumbai probably needs to afford only 10 lakh rupees to create a complete system for every examination area, to be able to have a library of whatever you're importing. You said this was what was given in the airway bill. This is a 6 horsepower compressor. If it becomes larger than that, somebody will object. You can always do that. Instead of 6 horsepower, you're actually importing 10 horsepower. And that is where the customer examiner has to come in. How on earth will he know whether it's actually 6 or 10? He will not be able to tell. He gets the advantage of computer vision logistics solution, which can declare this is exactly what was, and that is where also blockchain comes in. The whole problem that the customs in India doesn't accept the customs of USA where it was shipped, and you rightly said, if it is a very reputed supplier and a very reputed buyer, this is so subjective. Can we just knock off all the subjective? Use blockchain. There's absolute transparency in it. What was declared, what was shipped is exactly the same which will be received, unless you open the container and remove the whole thing. And that too can be measured. If on a container, you put an IoT device which says this container was opened and where was it opened, at what time it was opened, and for what, how long it was opened, all that can be done. And today the cost of a small camera and an IoT device is probably like 500 rupees. We can include those. And I'm saying if the industry requires this policy influencing, we have a route to go through the Ministry of Electronics and IT. What they do is we become the voice of the industry of what innovation can be brought in to bring in more systematic approach to your processes. And if we have a round table, we invite MIT, Ministry of Electronics. They are the people who will in turn go to the concerned ministry and say, look, traditionally you've been relying on an examiner, physically examining, and there's no proof of what he examined or whether he ever examined or not. And where he gave a waiver of it because there was some greasing happened. Now that all can be explained by the MIT guys to the Ministry of Civil Aviation or the Customs Department, the Revenue Department, to say that the government, you are worried about the loopholes being misutilized. I will ensure that rather than you saying that if it is tier 3 or 90% has to be passed through and only 10% will be, I can have a system that every cargo can be automatically examined. Absolutely foolproof. These are the places where you as domain experts in this will say these are the innovative ideas we want to solve, and we will help you to find out the guys who will help it. We run these kind of challenges where we ask the industry what are your challenges, and we throw it open to all the startups in the country. Some of them may not be in actually logistics area, they've never tried, but he's an expert in computer vision, he's done it for agriculture, he's done it for manufacturing and for assembly line. He can do this solution for you, and that is where we ask them to come and say this is something, and all you have to pay is 5 lakh rupees for him to try it. If you are happy with it, go ahead. If you're not happy, he can walk away and he will say, I have learned enough for it. Maybe I'll come again after 2 years. But you have got the possibility of 5 people trying the same solution in 5 different ways and at a cost which is like unheard of, and at a speed that a large organization will take a decision whether to do it or not, frankly speaking. We had a case with Airbus from France. They said, they came to India and they said, can I produce just one more aircraft in a year? I will be very happy. He gave 6 months to get it as a proof of concept. We had one guy who gave a demo of a proof of concept in 6 weeks. 3 days later, he had 3 tickets. He now has an office in Hamburg. He has one in Toulouse in France. And he's actually sitting on assembly to find out and predict if a part is misaligned today, what will it impact when the assembly line is 90% off? And that's the kind of prediction you can also utilize. What happens if your consignment gets stuck in a port, which is coming by ship? You can take a decision whether you want to have 1,000-piece order airflown and what it will cost and what will be the actual arrival time and how it will impact your customer delight. Will you be able as a company, and Tata Motors will be able to, not as a contingency or an emergency situation, but actually accept that kind of cost into your manufacturing for those 1,000 cars if you can. This is all available for help in decision making to you.
Thank you. I think really very interesting, because I heard definitely watching the cargo on CCTV and examining it was a little definitely not. But I have heard that many customs abroad, they have put a document verification in such a way that they are able to look at the documents, their invoice, what is pattern, what are its field, and compare it with earlier imports. And then they are able to say, okay, this kind of furniture was earlier costing so much, now new furniture is costing so much. So there is undervalue or overvalue, or there is a what kind of party it is, what they have imported earlier, etc. was doing. But I think the idea of having the online or through examination is definitely the thing. But basically, personally, I will prefer that not to have examination. I am, let us say Tata Motor, or whether it is a Showa Munja or a Siemens, we are a reputed company. What are we bringing in is declared on paper. We are trustworthy people. Don't inspect. You go after the people who are 5%, 10% people or small people, or where you feel it is a risky item. There should go. So I am definitely, examination can be done on CCTV, but basically I am saying that we should avoid examination when there is no risk. Apply more risk assessment pattern into this thing. Look at if the Tata Motor is every month importing something, and every month they have the record, they have customers got record. Why to check it again? Let it go. If there is some new item has come, never heard of, you checking it is different. Or there are items which must be checked because of somebody is dumping some bad quality, etc. should be checked. But my thing is that air freight should not be really checked unless otherwise there is a specific alert, specific risk which comes through AI. This is what I feel. Ashutosh, I have a question for you on the same pattern, particularly regarding policy. You will always find that we have a trouble reaching airport for cargo and taking out the cargo from airport. You always have the last mile, first mile, whatever you say, and we have a challenge to whether it is a cargo vehicle to reach airport. Do you feel that this is really a pain point, or you will sometimes to take out the material from airport, it takes hours actually? because the trucks has to reach there, they have to be in queue, then they have to have some passes to go inside. Do you feel that any policy or anything is must on that? And what could be your experience in your area about this first mile and last mile? Ashutosh?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Pant, there is a need for it because what we feel, and you are also mentioning, at airport most of the time material lies on the floor and 10% of the time it is in the air. We file our bill of entries in advance when we get the intimation to get the material timely, or rather as soon as we can get it. But despite being doing so, it still is a question mark. We file everything in advance. We deposit custom duty. We fix our freight forwarder. They go to the airport, but it takes time. That is a fact, and I request and propose also if some policy can, if for those consignment for which bill of entry has been already been filed by the customer and we are AOEs, we have got the certificate from the government of India. Yes, you for you examination is exempted for 80-90% items. So this type of facility should be given, like a card holder. We go and we show the card. Yes, we have this card. Okay, you are given the custom clearance done on priority, and you take your material within a hour's time. So I definitely agree and request such facility should be there in policy terms.
Yeah. So, Shashi, I have a question for you. You heard about, I mean, we talked about digitization, we talked about what could be done in future. Also, Navratan explained to that. What could be if you, as a user, really, what you will prefer to have? Let us say cargo traceability on mobile or web-based solution, or you can look for whether the route calculation or reliability calculation, which could be your most important tool which you will look for a digitization? Shashi? Hello?
Shashi, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Mute, yeah. Maybe same thing I will ask Navratan, that probably what could be the more easy workable solution for that, or you are ready to give whatever is required by customer?
Now, so what we generally look at is what are the low hanging fruits, what will be the highest ROI to start with. And if you give us those problems, out of 5 problems, probably we'll be able to solve 3. Let's start with those 5 to begin with, and we hopefully to have 3 successfully done. It takes a little 1 or 2 years to have anything stabilized. But once we show that it is working, then it gets enlarged into the ecosystem that you have. And once that is done, the government also listens and they say, yes, now I understand that this is much better, a smoother operation. And now I know that there's a foolproof system. There's no loophole left into it. I will allow your policy changes request to happen now. So this is, I think we should start with your, what I say is low hanging fruits, because everybody should understand that we need to see some successes in those areas. And one of the things that I wanted to explain to you is all these very well funded logistic companies which are helping air cargo had their problems being solved probably 4 years or 3 years back when COVID was not a situation. Today you would have X number of other problems because of COVID situation that traditional manufacturing companies have never thought of them. If you come out with those, the young generation of startup or the new startups who are more malleable, who can actually give you what you want rather than say Delhi Valley, who will say this is what I have offer and this is what you have to accept. We can work on those.
Yeah. So thank you, really. That is always good to have low hanging fruits, low hanging mangoes to get that. So I think that is really very well said. So I think I just wanted to sum up and then we will go for question answers if you have some questions. So it was really interesting. Number one is that everybody felt that yes, air freight is definitely useful, but it is very expensive. Second is when customer needs it, definitely you do, but you need to do some value analysis based on merits of the case, whether to partly get it by air, partly get by something else, and do that. But a lot of things we talked about on the need into changes into customs, because air freight material has to be clear on priority. It needs that importance and things to be more simplified. Then third thing we talked about the really the differentiation between the air cargo in digitalization in air cargo industry, which is definitely lacking. And then there is a need really to make it on fast track. The way which the passengers are treated, the cargo is treated really badly. And we also saw that there is a possibility that a lot of collaboration between the stakeholders can help really to achieve this thing. Collaboration will be important, that whether it is airline, whether it is forwarder, whether it is your airport handling agency or custom broker, they are all part of the chain and you need to collaborate them. And Navratan, definitely, I think the most important point which has come, and the people who are on call, they will take it. I'm quite sure, Navratan, you will have a lot of calls that the things which can be done by the startups, the definitely, we always say that if this is the issue, whom you should give. And many times we always say, give it to startup. I will call 5 startup and tell them that please do it. It is the same way. I'm quite sure people will approach and we will have innovative solution on this area. So with this, I think I have concluded. So do we, Namrata, do we have any questions?
Yes, we do have audience questions as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the question from Devesh, he's asking how to improve poor visibility and routing of parts on the global supply chain, which results in delays in automobile manufacturing.
Good. So nice question. So we have still 2 automobile people here. So maybe Shashi or Ashutosh, you want to take it?
Okay, I will take it. So yeah, Asutosh sir, you can continue. Yeah, please.
Carry on, sir.
Yes, Shashi, you can take it.
Yeah, okay. So see, this is a question related with planning. Because yes, it's very difficult nowadays to keep that planning going. But again, now with this thing, there has been a drastic change in the industry which is happening. First about the planning process. For example, there are various systems which are available for your inventory mapping and your inventory planning, and when to not to order, or first we used to think about just in time. Now with the switches, the kind of things which has gone scarcity, so now we are telling the vendors to keep manufacturing. We will take it, we will store it. Now our warehouses are full, something like that. So what is happening is that people are trying to avoid air freight by bringing lot and lot cargoes through sea. But yes, there is a demand constraint also. So this links with your inventory planning, about some sort of system which you are having, or like we have an algorithm system with us. So some sort of system where we can calculate what percentage of material should be always there in your inventory, especially for the imported goods. And there are two type of movements. Even for the domestic movements, the air freight cost has absolutely gone higher. It has almost doubled. But still for the domestic it's a bit difficult to plan. But for the imported ones, there is some time available. So whatever you are importing in sea can be brought in, it can be avoided in air, so that you can take that inventory planning into picture.
Namrata, any other question?
Yeah, there is another question as well. Mohit Sen, he's asking, according to you, what are the ways to optimize inventory management in the global supply chain?
So Ashutosh, you want to take it?
Yes, I will tell. As regards this optimization of inventory in global supply chain, we have to take see what are our risks, where are we getting stuck. We should identify our risks where we are there, and once we have identified the risk, then we plan our inventory based on the projection requirement of the customers. Case they give us complete year planning, so based on that we keep ordering, actualize every month, yes, whatever order we have given, is production has been as per that or not. In order to have a better planning, we should fine tune our risks and see where we can go wrong. So we should take those steps into picture and align ourselves with the planning given by the customers.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, definitely the risk assessment at each place could be helpful. Yeah. Namrata, is there any other question?
No, Pramod, there are no more questions left.
Okay, then. Yeah. So if there are no more questions, then I really wanted to thank organizers. I wanted to thank my fellow panelists, Shashi, Ashutosh, Navratan, and the Rajesh. I mean, it was really wonderful discussion. Even though it is always this is the last session, so last sessions are always tough because people have got already so much knowledge in earlier, so to keep. But I am quite sure that we are able to do some value addition and keep the interest of all the participants alive. So thank you very much. It was a wonderful panel discussion, and thank you everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramodji. Thank you. Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, Sandeep.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, all the leaders. Pramod, can we have a panel picture, please? Smiling panel picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Namrata.
Thank you to all the esteemed leaders for making this discussion rich with your thoughts. Now we will have a brief video of SpiceJet.
स्पाइस एक्सप्रेस कार्गो सर्विस करता है डोर टू डोर डिलीवरी, यानी कि आपकी फैक्ट्री से आपके शोरूम तक, और वो भी स्पाइस जेट एक्सप्रेस डिलीवरी के वादे के साथ। अगर आपको अपने बिजनेस को सुपर फास्ट टेक ऑफ करवाना हो तो स्पाइस एक्सप्रेस कॉल एट 9999570570। स्पाइस एक्सप्रेस, इंडिया का नंबर 1 एयर कार्गो सर्विस।
Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are the India's most prestigious awards in supply chain, logistics, procurement, technology, and marketing, organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, I would like to hand over the forum to our CEO, Mr. Sandeep Anand, who is going to declare the voting results for top air freight solution providers of India.
Thank you, Namrata. Next slide, please. I'm very honored to present this to a very esteemed forum, which consists of Indian and global companies, leaders who are present here, and hundreds of attendees who are watching this online on our website. So we did a research on top air freight companies of India, and we also took feedback from hundreds of industry leaders from MNC and Indian companies who are involved in air freight. And then we further, did a survey and put it open to thousands of supply chain professionals who have encouragingly voted for this survey. And I'm very proud that this is the only forum in India which is rating air freight companies by people choice. So two key things which came out in the research was, vendor vision. It indicates the vision of vendor to develop a futuristic solution or service, and it should also have a robust foundation of purpose, strategy, innovation, financial ability, technical ability, and market responsiveness. The next big thing which came up, the key factor when the decision making is made on the air freight, was the serviceability. It indicates the ability of the service provider to deliver superior services, cost, and experience as per the industry needs through its people and technology, both people and technology, in both the interfaces which are with the customers. I'm very, very proud again, that thank thousands of professionals who have voted to make the companies the top Indian air freight companies. Next slide, please. So here we go, that India's top air freight companies 2021. The leaders are Seva Logistics, Nippon Express, DSV, and Spice Express. The innovators are Hellman, Turkish Airlines, CH Robinson, and Godrich. The specialists are Emirates Cargo, Geodes, Bolor Logistics, 20 Cube Logistics, Carry Indev, Seaways, and UPS are the core solutions. So basis on the votings of thousands of professionals on innovation, serviceability, vendor vision, these are the, we are very, very proud to bring it up to you. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Namrata.
Now, let's start the celebration with the first award for COVID-19 Hero of the Year Logistics Air 2021 that goes to SpiceJet. I would request Mr. Rajesh Singh from SpiceJet to come and receive the award.
Yeah, Namrata, I would like to thank all the employees of SpiceJet and Spice Express who have contributed for this success. Also, I would like to thank our CEO, Mr. Sanjay Gupta, under whose vision we are going through the Spice Express goal. And I would like to thank Inflection Award for recognizing and giving this award to us. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Rajesh.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep.
Congratulations, Rajesh.
Thank you, Namrata.
I think it has been a tough year for all of us. And, a big thanks to SpiceJet for moving all the vaccine and the medical, pharma, all equipments. A big thanks to you, for saving human lives. And hence, I think that's the jury would have realized and made you win this award.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you once again.
Rajesh, please smile. I request you to smile so that we can have a
Sure.
smiling picture.
Sure.
Thank you, Rajesh.
Thank you.
The next award for Innovative Supply Chain Leader of the Year, Pharma 2021, goes to Vikram Srivastava from Sun Pharma. I request Vikram to come and receive his award.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. Yes, Namrata. Hi.
Hi, Vikram.
Thank you. I would want to, thank the jury and Inflection Awards, for for giving me, finding me suitable to give me this award. I'm really honored and elated to receive the Innovative Supply Chain Leader 2021 award. So thank you, everyone. The 2020-2021 has been a really challenging year for all supply chain professionals. Being part of the pharma industry, we were also challenged a lot because we had to ensure our supply chains stay on track, so that we are able to deliver critical life-saving drugs to patients across the globe. And I'm happy to receive this award today. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Vikram. Congratulations. I request you to smile so that we can capture this moment. Thank you, Vikram. Next award for Most Innovative Woman Leader of the Year Pharma 2021 goes to Rajeshwari Nair from Zydus Cadila. I request her to come and receive her award. Rajeshwari, I think you're mute.
Okay. Now I'm audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Thank you, Namrata, and thank you, the jury, who have considered. And I would like to thank the entire team of mine, who, as well as my organization, who has supported me to explore more and more, because 2021 was a very challenging year with, from nothing to do and make the things available in the market when nothing was moving, even the driver or anything, without fear, nobody was able to come out from their house. Either their family were pulling them, either the employee front, or either from the transportation or from any the logistics team. But it was made possible with the help of the entire industry, who had come up to make sure how well they will be able to make a service that could be handicraft well to move on. And I'm lucky that we were able to explore which were the place where many of them fell down, and we were able to make out a new way. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Rajeshwari.
Thank you.
Great show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Rajeshwari. I request you to smile so that we can capture this happy moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Award for Outstanding Procurement Team of the Year FMCG 2021 goes to Varun Beverages. We can take this award next. Next award for Marketing Effectiveness Award Pharma 2021 goes to Nectar Life Sciences. I request Mr. Ashok Kumar to receive this award.
Thank you, Namrata. Thanks a lot for considering me eligible for this. The whole credit goes to the entire team of Nectar Life Sciences, right from procurement, manufacturing, marketing, and logistics, who have worked very hard during these testing times. And it's a collective success to receive this prestigious award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ashok.
Thanks a lot.
Ashok.
Thanks a lot.
Ashok, I request you to smile so that we can take this happy moment. Thank you, Ashok. Next award for Technology Project of the Year Manufacturing 2021 goes to Siemens. I request Mr. Pramod San to receive this award.
So thank you very much. I think all the work which we did into COVID time and earlier to go into the really have a good technology for the imports, air freight, etc. I think it has paid. So really thankful organizers in Inflection for these awards and the juries, and also really thankful for my team who has put their heart and time into this project to make it successful. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Pramod.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Pramod. I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
A big award requires a big smile, Pramod.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Pramod. Award for Customer Service Excellence Logistics Air 2021 goes to Spice Express. I request Mr. Anuj Bahuguna to receive this award.
Thank you, Namrata and jury. It's truly an honor to receive this special award. And I would like to thank Mrs. Sanjeev Gupta, CEO Spice Express, senior management, and all the functions of Spice Express for supporting and putting customer centricity on top priority. And special thanks to each and every team member of CST for their hard work, especially during this pandemic period. Thank you once again.
Anuj, we can't see your video.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on. Is it visible now?
No, still not.
No, it's not visible.
The video is on actually. Now, can you see me through Sunny Jain?
Yeah, Sunny Jain we can see. We can see Sunny Jain's video clear.
So I'm there on Sunny Jain's.
Okay, perfect. Doesn't matter. Congratulations, a big show, and thank you to the Spice Express for saving the humanity and moving all the goods around.
Thank you.
Big smile, Sunny.
It's Anuj actually, yeah.
Anuj, yeah, big smile, Anuj. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Anuj.
Thank you, Namrata.
Next award for Outstanding Supply Chain Strategy of the Year Automotive 2021 goes to BMW. I would request Mr. Rajesh Kumar to receive this award. Rajesh, are you there on the call?
I think let's move to the next award.
Sure. COVID-19 Hero of the Year, Warehousing, Auto, Two-Wheeler 2021 goes to Hero MotoCorp. Here I call Mr. Sanjay Srivastava to receive this award.
Thank you, Namrata. I'm audible?
Yeah, you are audible and visible both.
First, I would like to thank all the jury members for selecting Hero MotoCorp for this prestigious award. And I would like to thank all my senior team, all my warehousing team for doing putting a big show in the last year. And all of you know that the last year was very challenging, but we have broken all the records. Like in the month of October 2020, we have maximum dispatches, maximum production, maximum day on a day, and consecutively 30,000 vehicle per day we are manufacturing, and all the journey started from ground zero. So thank you very much.
Congratulations, Sanjay. Great show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sanjay.
I think you deserve a big smile. Great hard work by the Hero team despite the challenges. All glory to you, Sanjay. Congratulations again.
Thank you once again.
Sanjay, I request you to smile so that we can have a screenshot of yours.
Sanjay, it's a very big award chosen by the top supply chain leaders of the country. It is the only award which has got a strong jury process.
Yeah.
Award for Most Innovative Supply Chain Leader of the Year, Auto Parts 2021 goes to Mohit Johari from Shri Ram Pistons and Ranks. I request Mr. Mohit to come and receive his award.
Thank you, Namrata, and thank you, Sandeep ji. It's been a wonderful association that I've had with Alden Global and Inflection. So it's fructifying into an award that gives me all the more satisfaction, and really thrilled to get this award because it's been, as you told, it's been, I mean, I've been chosen through a jury process, which is one of the best in the country. So thanks to the jury and thanks Alden Global, Inflection, and special thanks to Anand. Thank you, and it's a pleasure receiving this award. It's been a teamwork that's made me win this award, and I would like to compliment my team who's been supporting me in the initiatives that I've been driving, especially on the digital front. So thanks a lot, and I am really, really humbled. Thank you so much.
A big congratulations, Mohit. It's
you.
all your hard work. We are only enablers. And
I really appreciate the association, Sandeep ji. It's been a very good association that I've had with Inflection.
Same here, sir. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mohit.
We always see you either as a moderator or as an awardee. You know, great seeing you in these forums.
In fact, I've been wondering why I didn't get an award in the past. So finally coming
because
through.
you would not have applied.
Yeah,
congratulations.
This is the first time that I applied, in fact. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mohit.
Thank you.
I request you to please smile so that we can capture this happy moment.
I've actually been smiling all through, so please continue.
Yeah, because it's the glory, Mohit, which is on your face.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohit. Next award for Manufacturing Solution of the Year, Auto Parts 2021 goes to Eswin Coldforge Private Limited. Here I call Mr. Susinder from Eswin Cold to receive this award.
Yeah, thank you, Namrata. Thank you so much. It's been a great honor receiving this award. This is the first time we are getting associated with Alden, and it's so delighted to get this award. I would like to dedicate this award to all the team members who have really put forward their best effort in this tough and challenging time. Most of them had personal losses. They have put those aside. They've motivated others to work. There have been a change from a normal civilian mindset to a warrior mindset, where we have not only survived, but we have overcome the fear and we have won something great. Thank you so much for recognizing this. I'm sure we'll be able to win many more in the coming days. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Susinder. This is a big award despite the challenging time. Aspen Cold Forge has stood up to the challenges.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandeep. It means a lot to us. Thank you, Namrata.
I request you to smile so that we can have a happy moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next award for COVID-19 Hero of the Year, Sourcing and Procurement, Telecom Infrastructure 2021 goes to Sterlite Technologies. Here I call Mr. Nikhil Puri to receive this award.
Thank you, Namrata. And first of all, I would like to give my thanks to Inflection and Alden team. We are associating for the very first time. And this award is a recognition of the zeal and effort that has been put forward by all the team members of supply chain team of Sterlite Technologies, who have made sure that the operations were running as our product falls under an essential commodity. And we made sure that the operations were running at all the plants and dispatches were happening to all the customers. And there were times when it was desperate times, but people stood up and took the ownership and made sure that no stone was unturned to make it successful. And thanks all, thank everyone, and thank you everyone.
Congratulations, Nikhil.
Thanks, Sandeep.
Congratulations, Nikhil.
Thank you,
See you.
Same here.
Congratulations, Nikhil. Yeah. I request you to smile so that we can take this happy moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the recognition, Nikhil. Big show to you and your team.
Thanks, Sandeep.
Next award for Best Warehouse of the Year 2021 goes to Varuna Warehousing Limited. I request Mr. Rajesh Koparapu from Varuna to receive this award.
Good evening, Namrata and the team Alton. Thank you very much for bestowing this award on Varuna Group. Yes, last year, everybody is saying, has been a tremendously challenging year for entire global community. We, from the Varuna Group, we kept the wheels of the movement running continuously. The entire fleet of 2,000 vehicles were continuously on the road moving crucial supplies of food, pharma products and FMCG products across the country, and all our 20 warehouses were up and running to supply to critical supplies. This award definitely represents a good high water mark in terms of warehousing infrastructure available in the market, with excellent and A category warehousing facility available. I would say, if not one of the best, maybe one of the top 1% best warehouses available in the country. And we created this after studying the requirements of our different clients, and as a way to offer end-to-end solutions to our customers. And we have plans to roll out such warehouses across India, almost 30 of them in next 4 years of time. Team Varuna is very much geared to support our customers. And thanks, Alden, for giving us a forum to recognize it. Thank you very much.
Great show, Rajesh. Warehousing is the new need of the country. As we progress in the new century ahead. Congratulations again, getting this big award.
Thank you, Sandeep, and thank you, Team Alden.
Thank you, Rajesh. Next award for Manufacturing Excellence Award Auto Parts 2021 goes to Eswin Coldforge. I request Mr. Susinder from Eswin Coldforge to receive this award.
Thank you once again for recognizing our efforts in this time. My team has really come forward to understand the pain of the customer who are going through the regular challenges and then overcome all those issues and meet their exceeding demands, not letting them down and make them win, which makes us more sincere towards the attempt. So thank you so much for recognizing that.
Congratulations, Susinder.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep.
Congratulations, Susinder.
Thank you.
Next award for Best Brand Activation Award Logistics Air 2021 goes to SpiceJet. Here I call Mr. Sunny Jain to receive this award.
Thanks, Namta. It's a great honor to receive the award. I would like to thank the entire management for unconditional support. I also take this opportunity to thank every employee of Spice Express, especially our leader, our CEO Cargo, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta ji. And again, thanks to Inflection Awards for recognizing our hard work. Thank you.
Great show, Sunny. Amazing efforts. Bask in the glory, a big award given by a big jury. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sunny.
Thanks, Namta.
I request you to smile so that we can take your screenshot.
A bigger smile, Sunny, please. This is a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. Last award for Outstanding Procurement Team of the Year FMCG 2021 goes to Varun Beverages. Here I call Mr. Sharad Kumar Garg to receive this award.
Thank you, Namta. Thank you, jury. Really feeling proud, and it is great honor for us to receive this award on the behalf of the company and of a team of mine. It's a really very happy and proud moment. But really, 2020 have been a very tough year. But anyhow, we could maintain the contract fulfillment with the vendor and keeping the trust and confidence with us. So that's a really very big achievement for our company with the help of our executive director, Mr. Vivek Gupta, and our team and our chairman, Mr. Varun Jaipuria and Ravi Jaipuria. So really a very tough year this, and thanks to Ellen and the Inflection team for choosing us for this award. Thank you, Namta, and thank you, Sandeep. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Sharad. I'm sure the big effort done by you and your team has motivated the jury for this award. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sharad. I request you to smile.
Yeah.
You deserve a bigger smile, Sharad.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sharad. Thank you 150 plus top leaders and 350 plus delegates for sharing your contribution and making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. Thanks to our silver sponsor SpiceJet. See you in our next Mumbai Supply Chain Web Conference and Awards on 15th July. Thanks to the leaders and attendees for your valuable time during the day. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you, Namrata.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you, all of you.
Namrata. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Namrata.
Namrata.
You've
Thank
got
you,
the
Sandeep.
pronunciation
Thank you,
right this
everyone.
time.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.